Yo. I'm only waiting for Legion to be out and rot on my chair like a degen. Yeah. I mean, that thing's gonna have a big grind to it as well, right? So, it's probably a good way to go about it. Just get it over with. Grind it super hard one night that you're like super motivated. Yeah, let me get somewhere. Yo, G-Laws. That was out of pocket, bro. But also, hit me up in Discord. Yeah, there's more cosmetics, I think. At least more that people care about. Legion has some really cool ones. Guys, there's some huge changes coming to the game. I don't know if you guys are ready for it, or if you guys have heard about them, but it's kind of insane. Tell Ella. She just roll her eyes, bro. This article is so long, it's insane. It's crazy how long this thing is. Yeah, these are basically the alpha test development notes, which I haven't gotten it yet, which I'm a little upset about. Like, Venruki's on the alpha right now. And it's like, dude. How does one get that? Anyways, if he ever hops on Mage, I would be interested to watch him playing. So I'm gonna keep him up here on the side. If he ever starts playing the Mage side of things, we'll check that out. I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, so basically what G-Lol said, like, how does Mistweaver lose diffuse magic? Why? So pretty much everyone who plays a class in WoW is going to have a note like that on their class in this big article, and they're going to look at it in a vacuum and be like, bro, what? We're losing like, we're losing these abilities? Like, what the fuck? But there's like a lot that's happening to every class. So I you know, when I saw mine, for example, Frost Mage is losing Icy Veins. Its core. Like, Icy Veins, dude, that ability has existed since Classic WoW. That's a staple ability. But then I read like what they're doing to the class, and it made it a little bit like interesting to me. I found it interesting. But first and foremost, at least for general things, what's happening in my knowledge is the only thing that actually like really matters is this. The rest is just kind of like nothing specific. It's like, here's our theory on things, or here's some PvE things, or, you know, whatever. This one is very relevant because DRs reset after 16 seconds now instead of 18. And for every category of DR, you can only use each category twice. So you can only stun something twice, you can only sheep something twice, you can only fear something twice. It's very interesting. It's good that they reset after 16 now, because you can't just like micro CC someone to hell pretty much anymore. You can do like very minimal version of that, but to be honest, we don't even know what CC abilities we're gonna have in Midnight. So this one is just kind of like a, okay, I understand it. Let's see what happens. I don't hate it either, to be honest. Now for the mage specific ones, I wanted to go over those because these are the most interesting to me and hopefully you guys as well. So this starting one is just about hero talents. So in my opinion, we're gonna go over that one last. Hero talents are like the least interesting thing to have change. I wanna know like the, you know, the important stuff. So for fire, just to actually, these are for class. Okay, so this is for the class as a whole, the core of mage, the core class. We've lost blast wave, displacement. I'm pretty sure accumulative is actually important as well. What is accumulative? Oh, actually no, we don't play that. Okay. Blast wave, displace, ice flows, incanter's flow, mass barrier, shifting power, slow, temporal velocity, volatile destruction. What is that one? Oh, that's a big, that's blast wave. So that's a, oh wait, destruction? What is this a typo? I wouldn't, you know, it's possible that in this 20 billion word essay they have a typo, but I'm pretty sure that is volatile detonation, not supposed to be destruction. Yeah, so that's a lot of things. That's a lot of things, but then it's like when you read what they have actually done, it kind of, you know, the full picture makes a little bit more sense. Mage got reworked. In Midnight, yes. In Midnight, they're kind of doing some crazy stuff to pretty much every single class, which is honestly kind of refreshing. Like, I'm excited for a big ass change, dude. So don't get me wrong. I mean, current WoW is, I've learned to like it, but I think the general opinion is that it's not too great. So for mage specific things, I guess I'll read their developer notes. Fuck it. Let's see what they think. We're taking a path to reduce button and aura bloat in the mage core tree. Yeah, I mean that sounds like a decent thing. Aura bloat is kind of like when you target someone and you see like a cajillion buffs and debuffs on them. So to me, that's like, yes, let's do that, please. We're also consolidating defensive powers to simplify the landscape of mage defensives and make them more approachable. Mage, very known for having this very high skill ceiling. They want to make mage more approachable. That's interesting. Now, I don't understand this part, simplify the landscape of mage offensives, because from what I've seen so far, the compensation for losing, like, for example, greater invisibility as damage reduction or whatever, I haven't seen, like, major buffs towards other things. So it kind of seems like a lot of classes are just, like, losing the capability of doing all these things that we're, like, very used to doing. I think that's going to be a very, like, weird feeling. It's gonna feel like Mop from WoD, I think. Something similar. I'm not sure though. I hate losing diffuse, but if everyone is losing some sort of defensive type of stuff, I'm all for it. Yeah. Yeah, because when I look at like mage mobility, I'm like, okay, well, I wonder what's happening to everyone else's mobility. Oh, we haven't gotten there yet, Misery. Right now we're looking at the core changes. So these are the class changes. In Midnight, Barrier should be potent, consistent, and reliable. Mirror images and invisibility spells should now be used for their utility instead of the tacked-on defensive benefits. We're also removing Shifting Power. Shifting Power was uniquely powerful for Fire Mages and substantially less interesting for Arcane and Frost. This is a PvE perspective, unfortunately. But CDR being in the game, I don't know. Shifting was weird. I don't like it, and I do like it. But it came with its own set of tuning challenges that made it difficult to balance their cooldowns appropriately with its existence. Fire Mage will be getting some spec-specific adjustments to make Fire Blast more accessible to compensate for the loss of shifting. It's funny how when you read this and you know it's from a PvE perspective, you can see that it's a shifting power for damage. You know, like sometimes in PvP, you're not shifting for damage all the time. We're also reducing Shimmer's power. Oh god, yeah, that one is hard to read. To help make the decision between Blink and Shimmer feel like more of a meaningful choice. Players who want to maximize uptime and display mastery over an encounter and its mechanics should feel empowered to express that through Shimmer. They actually kind of capture the essence of Shimmer quite well. Shimmer is a spell that whenever you want to maximize your uptime and display mastery over, like, a team, I guess, whereas, like, progression and more reactive mages should enjoy the increased availability of Blink. It's, like, not a bad way to put it. Anyways, let's see here. Let's just start reading, and then we'll kind of come to conclusions later, or as we go. Mirror images cooldown is reduced by 30 to 60. Now, they said this was, they should be used for their utility instead of tacked on defensive benefits. So I wonder what they think mirror images utility really is. Because to me, it doesn't really have any. Cheap shot 12? Yeah, it's crazy. Yo, CSC, what's up, man? Yeah, I agree, man. Manolitos. So mirror images is a defensive right now because it's when your images are taking active, or sorry, while your images are active, damage taken is reduced by 20%. Taking damage will cause one of them to dissipate. So it's basically 3 seconds of 20% DR. So now we have another time. Oh yeah, they drop aggro. That's here. Yeah, so for PvP, this is not a good thing. But new talent, improved conjuration, mirror images cooldown is reduced by 30 to 60. New talent, time walk, alter time resets the cooldown of Blink and Shimmer when you return to your original location, and this is a choice node with temporal realignment. New talent, temporal realignment. Upon dropping below 25% HP, your past self corrects your timeline, casting alter time and instantly returning 50% of your max health. And that will likely be affected by dampening as well. So, yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult to warrant taking... That's an interesting choice node. I'm excited. I think that's an exciting decision. In my opinion, there'll end up being one, I think, that you just take all the time, and I think it will be this one, because this is just such an insane effect. Where this is more of like... It is nice, don't get me wrong, but as the game goes on, this gets worse and worse, because this will most likely be affected by dampening. So, losing a blink charge for something that's going to get progressively worse over the entire game. Not sure. So then there's a new talent called Spatial Manipulation, which gives blink an additional charge. So keep in mind, this is in the talent. This is in this side tree. So that's kind of crazy. That's going to count for normal blink too, not just shimmer. So what that means is that you can get out of stuns a lot. Anyways, new talents, improved ice barrier, and then for the other specs it'll be blazing barrier. Blazing barrier. Where's Arcane's? I don't see it. It's okay though. 5% of... Oh, that's really cool. They're giving ice barrier basically additional effects. So throughout the different WoW expansions, you would press your barrier and you'd have different effects, basically. Right now, this part is not part of it, and they're adding it to it. So you get 5% more max health, and it reduces physical damage taken by 10%. That's not bad. Yeah, it's for midnight loot. It's for the new expansion. We're reading the new expansion stuff right now. Blazing barrier, damage increased by 200%, and it now cauterizes your wounds, healing for 15% of the damage it absorbs. That's pretty cool. Critical strike damage of your spells increased by 5%. Hell yeah. Fire mage buff. Frost mage buff. This is interesting because there's a lot of talents like it. Like you have Antonitis and you have Ronin, and now you have Charm of Medivh and you have Charm of Aeghis. This one is obviously just broken by default. Like you're just going to take this all the time. This one, we don't know how mastery is going to be yet, but I like that we at least have the option in the tree now to go for it, which is kind of cool. So improved blink. This is the choice node versus shimmer now. So no more ice flows here. This is now shimmer versus improved blink, which is blink's cooldown is reduced by 2 seconds. Keep in mind, you also have an additional charge. So you're going to have a 13-second normal blink. Oh, wait, actually, it depends if flow of time is still a thing. We have to keep reading. Oh, flow of time is a 1-point node. So 2, it'll be 13, 11. Okay, so it'll go back to being 11. So you'll have 11-second blink with 2 charges. Quite nice. Yeah, it's a bit insane, I think. I think Shimmer's cooldown increased to 30 seconds. No longer has 2 charges baseline. So, yeah, 30-second Shimmer minus where was it? -2, but then with flow of time. So yeah, I mean it's 26-second shimmer, which is interesting. We'll see. Depends on the pace of the game. That's gonna decide which one we play, I think, mainly. But that's kind of exciting to me. I don't know. Permafrost Bobble, the cooldown of Ice Block and Ice Cold is reduced by 30 seconds. So that's probably just here, unless Winter's Protection is not leaving. I don't see anywhere in here that says Winter's Protection is leaving. So can you get an entire 1:30 seconds off of your block now, I wonder? That's kind of insane. The talent trees are up on Wowhead? Okay. Thank you for that. It's not this, is it? It's not the 11.2.5, unless it is. I'm not really sure. Can you link it to me? It's probably on here somewhere. Midnight. Let's see here. Probably be in one of these, but I actually can't find it. Okay, thank you. This is an interesting way of going about it. Okay, this is complete AIDS, but sure. Okay, so this is what the tree looks like now, which is interesting. So yeah, you have your barrier, you have your block, cooldown 3 minutes. Altar time 55 seconds. That's cool. Okay, so their altar is here, block is here. Then you go down, Winter's Protection 2.0 60. So here you have your altar. Then you have your cool choice node, which you'll take Time Walk most likely. Then you have reduces the cooldown of temporal realignment. So I don't know if this bothers anyone else, but putting a talent here, which is not a choice node, that modifies the choice node to the left of it, kind of doesn't make a lot of sense, because what if you don't pick the one that it modifies? Like, what if I pick Time Walk? I've now just killed this talent, which to me seems like bad design. But anyways, Arcane Warding, that's kind of nice. It looks like we'll be getting this permanently. Inspired Intellect, Mirror Images here, 1 minute. Spell Steal down here looks kind of weird. Quick Witted, counter spells cooldown reduced by 5. Remove Curse in an interesting position here. Then you have Reduplication, Improved Conjuration. So a lot of these mirror image talents are off to the side, which is very nice, because you could totally just not even take mirror images, basically. Now, the problem is that remove curse is no longer... Yeah, you can dodge all the mirror image talents if you wanted. The thing is you're also... You can't really remove curse if you do that, because then you'll lose greater invis, which actually maybe we don't care about anymore. Is an additional thing. It is a 1 minute cooldown. Makes you invisible. It's like a meld, I guess. I don't know. Could be. I'm not really sure what this spell does yet, basically. But yeah, we have remove curse. Then we have shimmer, 27 second, max 2 charges, or imp blink. Oh, right. So if you spec into shimmer, you don't get the 4 seconds. It's only 27. Right now, keep in mind we're playing with 21 second shimmer, which is it's a big jump from 21 to 27. Then we have overflowing energy. Basically just crit protection. So they combined Ice Ward and Imp Nova, which is kind of cool. We'll have to see if we have the points to play around with that. Then you have Ronin, DB versus Supernova, Antonitis, Incantation of Swiftness, Master of Escape. Then you have your charms, Charm of Egwin, Charm of Medivh, Flow of Time in the middle. I thought this was supposed to be a 2-point node, but the cooldown of Ice Block and Ice Cold are reduced by 30. Then you have, so this is the Ice Cold side, which normally we avoid. However, I'm pretty sure that this Ice Nova talent, we're probably going to want it. I'm not sure though. Then you have Time Manipulation, which is the cooldown of your loss of control spells are reduced by 5 seconds. They buffed this spell so much. Right now, this is a very crazy ability, by the way. Like, casting Fire Blast reduces the cooldown of your loss of control spells by 2. It's kind of not clear what those are, but it's like DB, Ring, Nova, Blast Wave. So the fact that that's going to 5 seconds means Mage is going to be, like, it doesn't matter that we're losing Shifting Power, pretty much. We have Shifting Power built into our fucking class now. I mean, we still do, but it's like even better. Ring of Frost and Mass Polymorph are a choice node. Okay, Energized Barriers, they didn't prune that. That's kind of nice, I guess, that we get to keep that. Mass Invis, Barrier Diffusion, Improved Barriers. Okay, so that's a capstone then. There's the additional charge for Blink, and there's Ice Cold. That looks kind of interesting. I don't know. I'm not really looking at it from a perspective of boom or doom. I'm just reading it with a genuine curiosity, and it looks cool to me. I don't know. We'll see. So the cooldown of our barriers increased by 5 seconds. That's something that we haven't noted yet. We saw a lot of that through the tree. Okay, let's look at the specs specific stuff. I think I want to start with Frost. I don't know about you guys. I'm not going to let people read ahead. Oh god. Somehow we ended up here. So Frost Mage is receiving a gameplay overhaul in Midnight, targeted at simplifying their rotation by removing competing spell priorities and giving each spell a much clearer place. So when we read these, we have to keep in mind they really do just mean for PvE. I'm pretty sure. So in Midnight, Frost Mage features building and spending debuff gameplay centered around 2 reimagined mechanics: freezing and shattering. Wait, I'm sorry. The fact I didn't understand that right away is kind of interesting. In Midnight, Frost Mage features building and spending debuff gameplay centered around 2 reimagined mechanics: freezing and shattering. Frostbolt and Flurry apply stacks of freezing, and Ice Lance consumes them to deal significant bonus damage. Alongside this core mechanical change, we're doing an overhaul of Frost's talent tree, targeted at reducing button blue, blah, 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 blah. One such change is removal of Icy Veins as Frost Mage's burst cooldown, now being replaced with Ray of Frost. Our vision for Frost Mage in Midnight involves a consistent damage profile with smaller peaks relative to the burstier specs of Arcane and Fire, but at a higher consistent damage output. We feel that Frost has historically been deemed as the more approachable of the 3 mage specs, and we like that for Frost's identity. Our goal for the rework is that the perception to continue, while also offering new mastery for those players who have heavily invested in playing Frost. Okay. So they're making shattering easier to understand, which is cool. Because like Winter's Chill has always been kind of weird since its introduction, but I mean, it's basically the same thing as Winter's Chill. It's just kind of baked all into one buff now, instead of having Shatter as like a separate thing that's like this weird kind of like, I don't know, like it's 50% of your crit, and then you have to calculate how much percent crit you have when you Shatter. Now they just added something called, they're reimagining those. Yeah, 2 reimagined mechanics: freezing and shattering. So I don't know what the difference is yet between freezing and shattering. So this applies a stack of freezing. Ice Lance consumes them. So that's the shatter. This is the freeze. Now, what does that actually do? Let's see. Oh, Apex talents. So Apex talents are new as well, right? Where can we find those? over here. So these are the apex talents. So you just have 3 more just like over there randomly. Hand of Frost. Shattering an enemy has a 10% chance to summon a Hand of Frost to pursue your target. Upon reaching your target, it explodes, dealing moderate frost damage to its target and applying 2 stacks of freezing. Each stack of freezing that you shatter increases your chance to summon the hand by 2%. Damage from the hand increases your spell damage by 4% for 8 seconds. Multiple applications may overlap. And Ray of Frost gains 1 additional charge. Additionally, Ray summons 5 Hands of Frost over its duration, and its damage is increased by 25. This is insane, dude. This is like zombie playstyle, or like shadowy apparitions. So you Ray, and it summons hands. The hands chase the target, and then once they reach it, it applies basically, it does some damage. It says moderate, so you probably won't care about that part. This is the part you care about, I think. And then it does 2 stacks of freezing. So then for every stack of freezing, you shatter with your next Ice Lance after this Ray. Then it increases the chance to summon more of them, and damage from the hands will increase. So this is just trying to make this go from maybe doing moderate to like maybe noticeable damage. So again, like we'll see. And then Ray of Frost grants 1 additional charge. That's kind of insane. So you have 2 stacks of Ray. And then whenever you Ray, it summons 5 of the hands guaranteed over the course of its duration. New passive ability Shatter. Damage from Frostbolt and Flurry applies freezing. Stacks up to 3 times. So freezing only stacks up to 3 times. I wonder if there's a way to increase that. Damage from Ice Lance shatters your enemies, consuming all 3 stacks of freezing and dealing damage dealt for each stack removed. New talent, Glacial Bulwark, Ice Block, and Frost Barrier have an additional charge. Choice node with Cold Snap. New talent, Summon Water Elemental, so we get our Water Ellie permanently again. They don't say the cooldown on that, but I'm sure we can find out looking here later. So new talent, Cone of Frost, Cone of Cold, and Ice Nova applies 3 stacks to up to 5 enemies. So this is that's instant full stacks of freezing AoE. That's really strong. So Cone of Cold only has a 12-second cooldown, which is kind of nice as well. So like Cone of Cold into Ice Lance, that's major damage. Depending on, we'll see. Icy Hand increases the maximum charges of Fingers of Frost by 1 to 2. Okay, so that's, I mean, you have to talent into having 2 fingers now. That's whatever. Ray of Frost generates 2 stacks of fingers over its duration. Okay, that's also not built into Ray anymore, but they probably removed a lot, so it makes sense, I guess. Ice Lance damage increased by 8%. Fractured Frost now causes your Ice Lance to damage 2 additional freezing enemies. Okay, so 2 additional is kind of nice. So in arenas, you Cone of Cold 3 enemies and then you Ice Lance them. That's, you know, 3 people with full stacks of freezing, and then you instantly consume all of them on everybody. Ice Lance shatters 1 additional stack of freezing. This one I'm not sure I understand. Because I thought Ice Lance, damage from Ice Lance consumes all 3 stacks of freezing and does damage for each stack removed. So what does it mean it shatters 1 additional stack? Max freezing stacks is 20. It is? Okay. So this is one of these things where if you just read it in a row, you won't understand it probably, which is fine. Talent, Master Lancer, casting Ice Lance increases shatters damage. by 10%. Multiple applications by overlap. Frostbolt and Glacial Spike damage increased by 15 and 30. Sure. Not sure how Spike plays a role, but I'm interested if we do. Glacialate. Over its duration, Ray generates 5 icicles and reduces the cooldown of Flurry and Frozen Orb by 16. Wow. Ray is a huge source of the core of our class, which, I mean, that is what they said, right? They're removing Veins and making Veins into Ray, and then our vision for Frost is a consistent damage profile with small peaks. So your Ray are your peaks, and then your consistent damage profile is your shatters and your freezing. And then you have like Frostbolt still, and you also have Glacial. We'll see. Let's see. Ray of Frost damage increased by 100%. Mastery has been redesigned. Oh, dude, what? Yes. Mastery, Freeze, and Shatter now increases the damage of spells that freeze your enemies and increases the damage of spells that shatter. That's way nicer on the brain than current Frost, I guess. But I wonder what Icicles is then. Fingers of Frost has been updated. No longer procs from Frozen Orb. Now has a maximum of 1 charge baseline, but you can talent into 2. Now causes Ice Lance's shatter effect to shatter without consuming freezing stacks. So Fingers of Frost is nice because you don't lose your freezing. Wow. Icicles have been updated. No longer Frost's Mastery. Oh, there we go. Frost glacializes around you, generating an icicle every 6 seconds. Upon generating 5 icicles, Frostbolt upgrades to Glacial Spike for its next cast. Icicles generate rapidly out of combat. You have Spellfire Spheres, dude. This is Spellfire Spheres. That's sick. And then once you get to 5, you get a Glacial. Everlasting Frost has been updated. Damage from Frozen Orb has a 6% chance. Okay. Deep Shatter has been updated. Shatter's critical strike damage is increased by 50%. 100% of your total. Of your critical strike chance. Now, you don't have high base crit anymore, I don't believe. So because what Shatter was before, like what it is right now is whenever they're frozen you get crit. So I'm not sure like how this reads like it could be OP if you read it from current Shatter's perspective. The time it takes to generate an icicle is reduced by 1 second. For hailstones, damage from Frozen Orb has a 50% chance to apply freezing. That's kind of nice. That's very nice, actually. Glacial Assault has been updated. Damage increased by 30%. No longer applies a damage received bonus. Freezing Winds has been updated. Blizzard has an 8% chance to apply freezing. Blizzard applies 1 additional attack of freezing. Winter's Blessing has been updated. Now grants 3% haste and grants 5 additional from all haste sources. So they didn't actually gut that as much as I thought. Pretty sure. Where are all my spells? There. It's 8 and then 10 right now, but I'm pretty sure it's nerfed in PvP. So this nerf just brings it down a little bit more, I believe. Splitting Ice has been updated. Your Flurry and Frostbolt spells strike 1 additional target. Now, your Glacial Spike, first of all, Flurry being in that is kind of nice because that just means all the more freezing. Your Frostbolt spells strike 1 additional target. Your Glacial Spike, or sorry, your Frostbolt turns into Glacial Spike. So Surely that does mean that as well. Ray of Frost has been updated. Damage increased by 11%. Tick rate increased. Each time Ray of Frost deals damage, it applies a stack of freezing. No longer gives you Fingers of Frost. And we can see the cooldowns on all these spells a little bit here in a sec. Freezing Rain increases. Okay, Comet Storm. Temporarily replaces Blizzard with Comet Storm upon casting Ray of Frost. Calling down a Comet Storm. Comet Storm damage increased by 50%, and each comet in a Comet Storm now shatters one stack of freezing. So after you Ray, your Blizzard turns into a comet. Frostbite has been... Oh my god, they got rid of Frostbite, guys. Frostbite has been updated. When Frostbolt critically strikes, it applies an additional stack of freezing. You know what this does now? Gives your chill effects a 10% chance to freeze the target. So like, Frostbite, that annoying Frost Mage mechanic that everyone hates, gone. Fractured Frost has been updated. Your Ice Lance fractures on impact, dealing additional frost damage to up to 3 additional freezing enemies. Damage from Fractured Frost shatters. I'm gonna hold off on talking about that. Blizzard and Cold Snap are located in the talent tree. Ice Flows is a passive talent and move to the Frost talent tree. Wait, what? Frost Mage just gets flows? I thought flows was removed, but no, it's going to Frost only. Which, sure. Ice Lance now replaces Fire Blast. No more Totem Killer. Ice flat damage increases. Okay. Oh, what? Frozen Orb now slowly follows its target. Blizzard damage increase. Blizzard blah blah blah. Oh wait, Blizzard now has a choice node with a unit targeted version of itself. What do you guys think about that? It's like Shadow Crash. You can aim it, or you can have a targeted Blizzard, which also means, no, actually, that's already like that. Oh, hey, Ella. Some midnight stuff came out. Haste now reduces the cooldown of the following spells. Oh, this is like Fire Blast. Haste reduces... See how like it says 30-second recharge right there? If it was green, then that means that haste modifies it. So they're making haste modify the cooldown of Ray, Orb, and Flurry, which is huge for Frost. Might be nice for the Comet. Comet's already a targeted spell. My rate is at 7:30 tonight. Okay, that works out pretty good for us then. Cold Snap is now a Frost School spell. So meaning the interaction where you get kicked on Frost and then you Cold Snap to still block is gone. And that's Frost Mage. Honestly, I'm so down, dude. I think it looks sick. It doesn't seem incredibly complicated either. It's like, you know, you have 2 charges of Ray, and that's your go. That's your big go. Because whenever you Ray, keep in mind you still have Ice Flow's baseline. So Ray of Frost is not actually that like aids to use because they gave us they gave Frost Mage Ice Flows. So, you know, being And you can also still play Shimmer if you want with Ice Flows. So it's kind of insane. Ray has this nice little like built-in mechanic where it kind of like summons these hands at people, and these hands are going to apply a lot of freezing. You have a lot of things that apply freezing. Pretty much everything you're doing is applying freezing. And then you press Ice Lance and Comet Storm after the Ray. And that is your burst. And you know, over time you're going to generate glacial spikes. Your Frostbolt will turn into a glacial. So that's pretty cool. I'm down with that. Now this I don't understand. Ice Block and Frost Barrier now have an additional charge. So this is 2 charges of barrier versus like Cold Snap, which is like you use your barrier and you use your block, and then you can reset them instantly. So like it's kind of hard to think about which one you would play there. Yo, I'm good total. Thinking maybe getting annoying kicked on Ray all the time. Well, you have Ice Flows and Shimmer if you wanted to. Like, I don't know. I think getting kicked on Ray will I'm not sure. It will definitely be a skill issue. Because I mean your whole class is built around the Ray, so you need to figure out a way to get the Ray off, right? Well, it's not fully built around the Ray, but that's your go. You know, that's your Icy Veins. And you have 2 charges of it, I'm assuming on a 1-minute cooldown. We can look at the tree real quick. So we have Lance, Blizzard, 10-second cooldown, Fingers of Frost, Icicles there, Frostbite there. Then here, you start to... So Flurry applies 3 stacks of freezing, 26-second recharge, 2 charges total. This one I'm not sure. Frozen Orb, 50-second cooldown. But keep in mind that Orb, Flurry, and Ray all... So you have increased haste baseline here. You have a lot of synergies, basically. Like, the class does feel very synergistic in a way. I worry for it a little bit in the first season when your baseline haste is so low. But we'll see. Frostbolt has a 30% chance to... Yeah, that's the same. You will play that, I believe. Ray of Frost, here you go. 1-minute cooldown. Applies 8 stacks of freezing over its duration. So, where's the shatter stuff? Oh, this is improved shatter. Why is Glacial gone and Elemental back, bruh? Okay, but here's the thing, right? I'm trying to really, like, tell people to not just look at this. Like, if you look at this, you are going to have an aneurysm. Like, Glacial Spike is built into the class now, right? That's just what's happening. But if you don't read it and you just look at that, like, bottom section, it really, yeah, it can be a heart attack for sure. I can't find anything on this stupid thing, dude. My man. Yo, thank you for the resub, man. I appreciate that. Alright, fucking. Okay, right here. Icicles have been updated. No longer Frost's mastery. Frost crystallizes around you, generating an icicle every 6 seconds. Upon generating 5, Frostbolt upgrades to a Glacial Spike. So, they say, yeah, every 6 seconds you get 1 icicle. So after 30 seconds of being in combat, you get Glacial Spike as your Frostbolt. Now they generate more rapidly when you're out of combat. I wish they would say what, like how long, but what do you guys think about all that? Bad change, your burst is now random instead of controlled. Can you explain how it's random though? I would actually argue, which I'm sure to you is going to sound completely backwards, but I would actually argue that right now the damages frost is more random because you're playing without 100% crit. So whenever you're shattering spells on frost right now, it is random if it crits because you can't get to 100. So your shatters aren't guaranteed crits. Now your damage is around shattering, which the effect shattering is whenever you ice lands, it consumes the 3 stacks of freezing. So there's no more crit, like RNG crit element. The burst is Ray though, not glacial, no? Yeah, the glacial, I'm not sure. I think it's just like, you know, when you look at what you are as a frost mage, is you're a consistent damage profile with smaller peaks. So it's likely that like your Ray is going to be a peak, your glacial is going to be a peak, and then, you know, your consistent damage is just shattering stuff. And also, Frost is supposed to be the most approachable of the specs, which is kind of why you have spells that are turning into other spells, because this means you only need 1 keybind for it. So Blizzard turns into Comet Storm now. Frostbolt turns into Glacial Spike now. So keybind bloat way down on that. Yeah, Glacial is like a super Frostbolt. I wonder how many stacks of freezing it applies. Oh, so Glacial is a 100% chance to get a Fingers, which Fingers of Frost are pretty nice because they're not the same. No longer procs from or baseline. Okay. Has a... oh yeah. Causes Ice Lance's shatter effect to shatter without consuming freezing stacks, which is very nice. Have you looked at Arcane yet? I have not. Removing a cast for a channel as a finisher is silly. Imagine Drain Life being athlete finisher. When you say finisher, you're referring to like an execute, but they're not making Ray of Frost into an execute. They're making Ray of Frost into a way, your main source of generating momentum. So yeah, I'll watch the VOD pretty soon, but the VOD, to me, watching the VOD will be more of like I want to read everything and get a 100% like understanding, most importantly. I think I want to do fire next. Drain Soul was a finisher. Okay, I thought you were talking about like in Warlock terms what they're doing to Frost Mage is bad. If you're just talking about Warlock changes, I have no idea what they're doing on that. So With the your execute and your builder are the same. Well, no, because oh wait, okay, wait, he's talking about lock. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know anything about lock, guys. I'm sorry. Ray is better than 5 icicles, or Ray into 5. Ray gives you 5 icicles, so you can use glacial, right? And also generating 8 freezings and unlocks Comet Storm. I wouldn't call Ray a finisher, more like an ability to build up to your finish. Yeah, it's a momentum generator. That is interesting when you lay it all out, though. Yeah, you get like the 5 icicles, so you get glacial. Then when you Ray, you also get 8 freezings, which enables your Comet and also unlocks your Comet. And then, yeah, that's pretty nice. The only thing you have to be aware of, though, is Comet does consume freezing. Okay, okay. Fire Mage. Give me 1 second here. Okay. It shouldn't matter if it's Comet or Icelands consuming the freeze. They should deal the same damage in the end, I assume. Depends on the tuning. As someone coming back to WoW mainly for Mage, what is it better to go, Fire or Frost? Currently Fire. All right, guys, we're gonna look at some Fire stuff here, okay? With the reintroduction of Phoenix Flames, in the addition of hero talents, Fire Mages have had an easier and easier time generating hot streaks. This impacts the tuning of Pyro and Flame Strike and the pace of Fire's combat in extreme ways. At midnight, we are heavily increasing the damage of Fire Mages' premier damaging spells like Pyro, Flame Strike, and Meteor, while reducing their access to guaranteed crits by removing Phoenix Flames. We're also changing Kindling to be a flat cooldown reduction on Combustion to reduce how punishing imperfect uptime can be. So Kindling would be basically however many crits you're scoring. Like Fire Blast crits will reduce Combustion cooldown by blah blah blah. Pyro crits will reduce Combustion by blah blah blah. If you don't have a perfect rotation, you would get less cooldown back. So they want to remove how punishing that can be. We are increasing the cost in the Fire talent tree to access Ignite spreading functionality to help make the Ignite spread playstyle more distinct from Fire's other builds and damage profiles, and also make it easier to tune. In Midnight, Fire Mages should be casting Fireball more often. In exchange, we will see significantly increased damage coming from their hot streak consumers, meteors, and combustion windows. Yeah. To me, that's how Fire Mage should be played. You Fireball for cooldown reduction on your major cooldowns, or as consistent damage, or as a way to like start a burst window. And then Hot Streak does a lot of damage, Combustion does a lot of damage, and Meteor does a lot of damage. Like, yes, that's good. All right. All right, so the Apex talents, these are the 3 that are like over here. These 3. You just kind of like, I don't know. I would like to see what Blizzard's definition of Apex talents are, but they're essentially just new talents, I guess. While Combustion is active, consuming Hot Streak has a 15% chance to grant you Fired Up, increasing fire damage by 5% until Combustion ends. Okay, so this is kind of like, this feels very similar to like Jackpot in a way, where like whenever you bust, you know, you're gonna send hot streaks, which keep in mind you're going to have significantly less of this in Midnight, the way, at least by the way they made it sound. And then you have only a 15% chance to grant you Fired Up, which increases your damage only during combustion and by only 5%. So we'll see. Gaining Fired Up reduces the cooldown of Fire Blast by 2.5, 5 seconds. Well, that is quite nice, because if you do get that 15% chance, well, we don't know what Fire Blast does yet, really, right? Oh, actually, no, we do know what Fire Blast does. They said their only way of tuning down hot streaks was removing, let's see. Yeah, we are heavily increasing the damage while reducing their access to guaranteed crits by removing Phoenix. So they're not going to change the way we crit. They're just removing Phoenix. So you can still generate a good amount of hot streaks with this. And then, you know, if you do get this proc, you just get a Fire Blast back, basically. So that is quite nice. I think the bust will feel very RNG sometimes. Sometimes you will press bust and you will just, like, get this proc a lot. And then you're just going to Fire Blast Pyro, 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 Fire Blast Pyro. And then, like, it's just going to be insane. But of course, it's only 15%, so it's going to feel very, like, jackpotty. Consuming Hot Streak has a 15% chance of granting you Fired Up. So this is an extra 15%. So a 30% chance. And then if you do get that proc, it increases duration of combustion. I quite like that. A bit RNG, but the potential there is kind of insane. Fire Blast now spreads 100% of your target's ignite to one nearby enemy. New talent, Slow Burn. Combustion grants mastery equal to 75% of your critical strike stat. Combustion causes spells to apply ignite at 15% increased effectiveness. So is our mastery still the same? Let's first read our mastery here. Let's see here. Ignite has been updated. Effectiveness reduced by 25%, no longer causes your Fire Blast to spread Ignite baseline. Ignite spreading as a baseline functionality has been proven to be too powerful and very cheap to acquire. Rather than remove the ability to spread or heavily nerf, we're instead going to be asking players to rebuy some of the power. Okay. So these are essentially, these haven't changed. This is just you're rebuying your power, I think. Grants you 10% increased spell damage, plus an additional 20% of your critical strike chance as spell damage. Wait, okay. So this is insane. So when you combust, you get 100% critical strike plus your, like, base crits, right? So usually it's about 108% or something. Or what is it? I don't know if busting actually does give you increased crit. Doesn't look like it. But it says critical strike chance of your spells is increased by 100%. So it's 100%. And then you get an additional 20% of your critical strike chance as spell damage. So when you bust, you're getting that crit chance as spell damage. When Fireball damages an enemy below 30% health, you gain 30% movement speed for 3 seconds. That's used to be Scorch. I don't know, to me this doesn't seem that crazy. Pyroclasm, consuming a hot streak has a chance to make your next non-instant pyro Yeah, this is the same thing, so I don't know why we're saying new here, but Pyroclasm. I don't know why I can't find it. Let me actually use my eyeballs. Oh, did they remove it, actually? Oh, they just... Okay, so this actually isn't even in the game right now. I thought it was for some reason. But yeah, this was like an old talent that used to be in Dragonflight. It's coming back. I guess some people in PvE might have missed it. This is not really a PvP talent. New talent, Cinderstorm. Casting Pyro or Flame Strike has an 8% chance to summon a storm of 5 cinders. Upon reaching your target, each cinder deals moderate fire damage and applies Ignite and spreads 50% of your Ignite up. Okay. So this is kind of like budget spreading if Ignite ends up being strong. But also the cinders, I'm not sure, moderate fire damage could be okay, worth a talent point maybe. Fuel the Fire has been updated. Now additionally causes Flame Strike to deal 5% increased damage for each enemy it hits. Flame Strike build stuff. Yo, thank you for the gifted sub, man. I appreciate that. Did they remove Scorch? I'm not sure yet. Okay. Flame On has been updated. Now a 2-point talent. Grants 1 charge / 2 charges of Fire Blast. So we're pretty sure we still have 3 charges. Critical Mass has been updated. Now grants 4 to 8% chance to deal a critical strike. You have 10 to 20% more critical from all sources. Right now it is 5%, 1 node, 10% from all sources. So it's going up to 8%, and then you get 20 for more from all sources. You will play this because of this talent. No, wait. This talent. So your damage scales off of your crit chance. So having more crit chance from all sources, including combustion, is very good. I think I need coaching, but your prices are too high. I'm not sure. Maybe my YouTube channel? I'm crying with the new changes, specifically Frost Mage. First they removed Deep Freeze, now they remove Veins, which is replaced by Ray, which is really garbage. There's a lot to unpack there, but we basically just talked about Frost, and the TLDR is, I mean, the playstyle looks interesting to me, right? I'm not looking at this from a Doom or Boom, like, you know, are we eating good or did we get nerfed? I'm looking at it from, you know, tuning aside, playstyle wise, is the way the class does damage like interesting? Is it like designed in a way that is like makes sense and has lots of synergy built in, and does it operate and function, and is it interesting and cool? And for Frost, my conclusion was, I mean, it did look pretty cool. It's something we haven't seen before for Frost. But the way that it works and the way that it looks like it flows looks kind of nice. Plus they're you know, when you read their thoughts behind it, it really starts to make a lot of sense as well, because they're basically saying that Frost Mage is supposed to be this very like introductory, it's supposed to be like the intro mage spec, so it has to have these abilities like Glacial, for example, is your Frostbolt turns into a Glacial, your Blizzard turns into a Comet Storm, and Icy Veins being removed. Keep in mind, Icy Veins gave you 80% haste in its current season. A new player with 80% haste is very overwhelmed because your global cooldown is so short. So from what I've read, it looks pretty synergistic, pretty fun. You have a pet again. I would keep an open mind about it. I think people could be like caught off guard by what's been removed, but I also think you'd be caught off guard by how much you might enjoy it when it comes out. Ray of Frost being the burst is what annoys me. What about it is annoying to you? Like, what is your bias against Ray? Because to me, Ray is just Ray. We haven't had we've had one season where Ray was your main damage. For me, Ray of Frost doesn't give me good feedback when killing people with it. You're just channeling. I'm actually gonna take the time to find this one YouTube video. Where is it? It might be this one. Do we play Ray here? No, we don't. I think it's this one. Okay. Watch this guy. You see like the giant crits as you're channeling? That is like the best feedback an ability can give you. Like, if anything, Ray like gives you some of the best feedback as a spell. Because it like the big crits that pop up. Didn't they remove ice flows? For Frost Mage, you still get ice flows. It's literally a passive ability in your class still. Ice flows is now a passive and is moved to the Frost talent moved to the Frost talent tree. Didn't they remove Shatter? They didn't remove Shatter. They made Shatter and Freeze are the two mechanics of Frost Mage now. Freeze is a stacking buff that is there to be consumed by Ice Lance. Ice Lance does damage, and then it also shatters and consumes 3 freezes. Right here. Frostbolt Flurry applies freeze. There's a lot more spells that apply freeze. Stacks up to 20 times. I don't know why it says 3. And then damage from your Ice Lance shatters your enemies, consuming 3 stacks of freezing and dealing frost damage for each stack removed. What is going to be the point of playing fire over Destro? Are we going to be casters again? I'm not sure what you're basing that off of. I like it, Ty Live. I think it looks very interesting to me. They're removing Scorch. That's okay. Yeah, we don't care about that too much, I don't think. Let's see. So Molten Fury now increases damage by 15% on enemies below 30, was 7. So here's how I view these two, right? You had Scorch, which was an execute. But now they're like, nah, fuck Scorch. Let's just like put the damage into the class as an execute. So now everything is an execute below 30%, 15% increase. And then additionally, you have Scorch, which is a passive. When Fireball deals damage an enemy below 30%, it always crits. Casted Filler. By removing Scorch, we aim to reduce a keybind and a point of confusion. Well, cast while moving benefits Scorch significantly. Fire ability. We're also looking to correct. So this isn't even, keep in mind this is an alpha. So they're going to do something about that as well. About being able to cast while moving, which is cool. Oh wait, the cast while moving benefit creep fires mobility. Never mind, I misread that. I apologize. So they don't like that cast while moving benefit significantly creeps fire mobility. Yeah, so they're saying like the fact that you could cast Scorch while moving was just like too good in PvE. So yeah, Fireball is your casted ability now, which again is completely fine. Scorch is very minimal. You pretty much never press it unless you got a proc for it, or if someone was very low HP, then you could cast a Scourge over like Pyroblast, for example. What are your thoughts on the CC changes? DR being 16 seconds is kind of a buff to CC classes. It's almost impossible, in my opinion, at least for me, to like visualize and predict what those changes will do. I will say that they're doing two things to CC. They're removing one DR, and they're changing the reset timer on it. Sorry, they're actually doing three things. They're removing a lot of spells, like CC spells. I think, yeah, they removed like Repentance. They're removing CC spells. They're making the DRs reset 2 seconds earlier, and they are making it to where each DR category you can only be put on it twice. So there's only 2 cheap shots, 2 polymorphs. There's a DB into a half fear or something. There's no more quarter fear. Now, you can't look at that in a vacuum, in my opinion. You can't say, well, I'm going to look at the game how it is currently and imagine what it's going to feel like with only 2 DRs. It's like, well, the way the damage works right now is a lot different. The way the healing works is a lot different. They're making damage and healing different in this expansion as well. Like, the pacing of what the game is going to feel like in Midnight is unknown. So maybe the 16-second DR timer with the 2 DRs will be enough for the damage levels, or maybe it won't be anywhere near enough for the damage levels to score kills in them. We don't know that yet, so we have to see. Did you get alpha access? No, not yet. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, is it because I didn't get Epic Edition? No, I haven't bought it yet because normally they kind of just give it to us for free, like as content creators. No, you get beta access. And 3-day early access. Yeah, I know, that's how I feel right now, Cawther. But anyways, I hope that kind of like sums up my thoughts on the CC changes and stuff. Was that the takeaway? Wait and see, and keep an open mind. To me, the takeaway was we don't know how the damage is going to fit. Like the other things that matter in a WoW game that aren't CC, we don't know how they are going to play a role in affecting how important CC is. So that should be the takeaway. It pretty much depends on like if the damage to CC ratio is met. We'll see. All right, we were continuing on fire here. Flame Accelerant. This is completely pointless. It used to be a fireball reduction talent, but they've pretty much just... Not really sure. This is, I think, for PvE and also for this talent up here, Pyroclasm, because this is the only thing in the world that incentivizes you to hard cast a pyro. So this is irrelevant for us. Inflame has been updated, ignite bonus to 25%. Kindling has been updated as a 30, it's just now a 30% cooldown reduction on your combustion because of fire mages who did not have ideal rotations. They would, it made the class harder, right? If you were a good mage, you would get a lot of value out of kindling because your rotation was so min-maxed that you would have combustion more than other mages who did not do that. So they're trying to just make it easier. Scald has been updated. When Fireball deals damage an enemy below 30% health, it deals 50% increased damage. Field of Burn has been updated. Now grants 4% mastery per stack, and each stack has its own duration. Multiple applications may overlap, and it no longer has a stack cap. So they're basically just removing the min-max need to always Fire Blast when that thing was about to expire so that you could keep up the mastery increase the entire fight, which is very boring to have to play around, especially when it only had a 6-second duration. It was like, just didn't let you use your Fire Blast how you wanted to. So this is very good. Happy to see that. Fire has been updated. 2-point talent. Fire Blast spreads ignites to 1 to 2 additional targets. Additionally, increases Fire Blast damage done by 10 to 20. So, so this one has like a contradicting thing to it, because let's say Ignite is bad. Let's say it's tuned bad, and you don't want to play any of the Ignite talent stuff. You still want to play this talent because it has the Fire Blast damage. But it's a 2-point node, so it's a huge commitment. We'll have to see. Blast Zone has been updated. Flame Strike and Meteor deal 10%. Seems kind of low number. Control Destruction has been updated. Now triggers from Ignite damage. So right now, this spell reads, damaging a target with Pyroblast or Fireball increases the damage it receives from Ignite by 0.3, stacks up to 50. So this is going to now be damaging a target, or like having Ignite on the target causes the Ignite to ramp up slowly because it can proc off of itself, right? So Ignite triggers off of its Controlled Destruction, triggers off of Ignite. Yeah, it is a PvE talent, I agree, but it's still good to understand how it works. Let's see. Master of Flame has been updated. No longer increases the number of targets spread to during no longer increases the number of targets Ignite spreads to during combustion. No longer increases Fireball's damage. But also Fire Blast spreading kills CC. No, most of the time when something says like Fire Blast spreads Ignite to 1 to 2 additional targets, it will ignore targets who are in CC. And anytime it has done that, historically, Blizzard has changed it. I hope we don't turn into a Warlock losing displacement in Blast Wave. I love the utility mages have now. I think they're trying to make it to where like everyone has a very similar amount of mobility. So it's not, yeah, I think we'll see. But I mean, right now in Midnight, mages will have the option to play with 2 normal blinks. So you'll have normal blink on an 11-second cooldown. And you will have 2 charges of it. Or you could play with Shimmer, which is a 27-second cooldown. You would have 2 charges, and you could get it down to 25 seconds. So you'd have 25-second Shimmer, which is 4-second Shimmer more than we have now. So 11-second Blink on 2 charges, or 25-second Shimmer, 2 charges, and we still have Alter Time resetting 1 charge. So that's a decent amount of mobility. we do lose Blast Wave and Displacement. Frost, but there will be more spec identity, right? Because Frost Mage is getting Ice Flows still. So Frost Mage is going to have 11-second blink, 2 charges with Ice Flows, or you could finally be able to play Shimmer with Ice Flows again. So that's interesting. I think they're putting some identity back into the specs as well by each giving them something special like that. Let's see. You think temporal realignment is better? I disagree. Temporal realignment is whenever you get to 25% health, you get 50% more health. So, so you have to have okay, I think one thing that we definitely need clarified on that ability is like, what is the cooldown on that being able to happen, for one? The second thing, is that 50% affected by dampening? Because if it is, that is a cooldown that gets worse over the course of the game by a substantial amount. Yeah, it reduces the cooldown, but it still doesn't give us a cooldown. We could probably find it in the Venruki VOD, but anyways. There just needs to be some questions answered about it. So if it's affected by dampening and the cooldown is like 2 minutes long, this is definitely a no-brainer for me to go Time Walk. Because that will, I mean, that is such a good function basically. And I think Alter will have, I don't know if I thought there was an Alter, so it's a 55 seconds. Oh, is it Sun Fury? Is that what it is? I think we were both thinking the same thing, Setback. This is also funny. After casting Surge or Combustion, your next blink will cast a Blast Wave at your previous location, knocking enemies 2 yards. Like, what? Oh, it's right here. So this reduces the cooldown of temporal realignment by 10 seconds. So I'm assuming whenever you don't play temporal realignment, it's going to reduce the cooldown of Alter. Cauterize, no damage. Also, the bonus provided by your barrier effects for an additional 8 seconds is kind of good as well, because oh man, this talent tree is so annoying sometimes. I think it's this one. So healing for 15% of the damage it absorbs. That would you would get that for 8 seconds after barrier. Because you keep the wall. Well, you can't play Sun Fury on Frost. So it would be for Arcane and for Fire only. Alright, we need to keep reading to get a more of a complete picture. Then we can go look at the tree. Fire blast damage increased by 15%. Your direct damage spells have your direct damage spells reduce cooldown fire blast. Yeah, that's crazy. 8% on Pyro, also good. Flame patch for the Flame Strike build, damage increased by 200%, duration reduced to 6. Applies Ignite. They can no longer be damaged by multiple flame patches at once. Instead, nearby flame patches will unify into one larger one. I don't know how to judge that. Fireball now replaces Frostbolt upon activating the Fire Mage spec. Fireball deals 100% damage, not changed in PvP. It's kind of messed up we didn't get any Fireball damage in PvP though. Flame Strike. Fuel the Fire and Cauterize are now located in the talent tree. Was learned automatically. So Cauterize you have to talent into. Same with Flame Strike. Flame Strike no longer slows, but the damage has been increased. I don't like that part, but I understand it. Flame Strike now has a unit target variant accessible via a choice node on Flame Strike. Okay, so they're doing, yeah, there's this with Blizzard as well. That is very nice. Meteor direct damage increased by 25%. Damage over time increased by 200. Pyroblast 45% damage increase. Cauterize cooldown increased to 6 minutes was 5. We would like to bring Cauterize more in line with existing cheat death effects. So you can pick Scorch or Firestarter. Scorch would, we can look at the tree now, actually. So here's the fire tree. We start with Pyro. We go down. We get Fire Blast on a 10-second recharge. Max 3 charges. And we have Flame Strike here, which is totally dodgeable, by the way. I'm pretty sure. Unless you, I don't know how many points you need to move down, but this, well, actually, to get Meteor, you need to go down there. That seems kind of weird that they would do the tree like that. Anyways, so we have Fervent Flickering, Fire Blast cooldown reduced by 2 seconds. First blast. Combustion, 1.5 minute cooldown. I'm pretty sure that's a 2 minute cooldown, and then it gets reduced from kindling. There's just no way it's a 130 base cooldown, is it? Did we see that anywhere? Yeah, kindling. It has been updated. Reduces cooldown of combustion by 30. These talent trees are kind of sketchy, but we'll work with what we have for now. And then like that other part inside of combustion there where it says additionally your spell damage increases your spell damage by 10% plus an additional 20. That's also from a talent. So this is further down the Flame Strike side. Flame Strike has a 100% chance equal. Yeah, this just makes your Flame Strike into a hot streak if it turns out to do more damage. Then the left side is more of the Ignite stuff, it looks like. So Fire Blast spreads 100%. Ignites. Flame Strike applies 50. Then you have Cauterize here in the middle. Fatal damage instead brings you to 35% and then burns you slowly. while burning movement slowing effects are suppressed. Yeah, so this doesn't really change other than 6 minutes. Flame patch. Now here's Scorch and Fireball. Honestly, I can't see you playing Scorch over Firestarter here. Firestarter has too many good applications for targets who are shielded at full health. You can just, you know, when you attack a shielded target above 90%, you're just combusting them basically. It's just always critting everything. Whereas like Scorch seems not very good. Then you have increases the maximum number of Fire Blast charges by 2. Very nice. Combustion cooldown, there's the Kindling, so that makes it 30. Then you have Crit Mass, which I think is a very good talent now. Meteor over here, which you do have to take Flame Strike, Fuel, and Flame Patch to get it. So it's a 4-point node, kind of a 5-point node if you went Deep Impact as well. Which they actually buffed Deep Impact to 15 as well. So you can get 30-second Meteor. We'll have to see about that. Then you have Inflame, or sorry, Scald. When Fireball damages an enemy below 30%, it deals 50% increased damage. Hot Streak increases the amount of Ignite damage from Pyro or Flame Strike. So that, yeah, that's buffing the Ignite on your Pyros. Casting Combustion resets 2 charges. They didn't want us to reset all 3. Pyroblast and Flame Strike damage increased. Obviously very solid. Gonna be 100% putting a point there, I think. When Fireball damage is below 30. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not all that. Intensifying Flames. Ignite is on 3 or fewer. It flares up. We have that as it is now. And then this is the Ignite's kind of build, or like it's like building on itself. Still very, very slowly, I think. Blast Zone. Fire Blast damage increased by 20% and spreads Ignite to 2 additional targets. So this is us buying power back. And then from here, let's just see where we can go down. We have Fevered Incantation, which is the consecutive critical strikes deal increased crit damage. This is very heavily nerfed in PvP. So I'm wondering if they're going to revisit some of these nerfs, these PvP modifiers. And then we have Fire's Ire here as well, which doesn't look like it's a 2.0, but I'm pretty sure it is. And then let's say you pick this one. Then you get Master Flame, Ignite deals 15% more, while Combust is not active, and your first capstone is Cinderstorm. And Cinderstorm is just a percent chance to have Cinders spawn, which deal damage, and apply Ignites, and spread your Ignite, but only by 50% and only for 1 target. I guess that is each Cinder though, so it's 5 targets technically. Again, PvE, sort of getting vibes from that. Flame Accelerants, Pyro, and Flame Strike cast time. This has no relevance in PvP whatsoever. Combustion is active. Fire Blast recharges 50% faster. Obviously very good. Feel the Burn. Solid talent. Don't have to min-max it anymore. Molten Fury. This is crazy. So you're going to want that 100%. And then Firefall is still in the game, unfortunately. This is 15 fireballs or pyros. Calls down a meteor on your next one. Could be good. Could be the way that you actually get meteor without having a talent into it. The thing is like, it just feels like it kind of counter synergizes with like 15 pyros. I don't know. Then you have From the Ashes, Fire Blast. This is insane for Fire Blast generation. Pyroclasm, you don't want that. And then you have this one here. So you want Burn It All. Burn It All is crazy. Yeah, I mean it's more approachable for sure. It feels like it definitely has more like meaning behind it, the tree, I mean. But kind of not as excited for it as I am for Frost. Frost's got like a complete rework. Does Mage have permanent invis now? It says on the class tree that invis is a 1 minute cooldown. There is a node that decreases it down 1 more minute. Where are you looking on here? Because if you're looking on here and you're looking at a talent like invis, this cooldown is taking into consideration the 1 minute. So this is a 1 minute cooldown with that talent. It's like the same thing with combustion here. It says it's a 1.5 minute cooldown. It's because they're counting that with kindling. So we still have 2 sections basically. We have hero talents and we have arcane. There is kind of a shit ton to talk about, but holy, this is a lot of changes, guys. All right. Let's see what they've done to Arcane. In Midnight, our biggest goal with Arcane is simplifying the decision-making around when to barrage by reducing the number of effects and folding the remaining ones into a new resource called Salvo. Okay. Arcane mages can talent into different ways to generate salvo, and should expect their hero talents to provide some unique behaviors that might augment their cadence of barrage drastically. We're also removing all effects that refund arcane charges when you barrage, while adding some new and unique ways to regain charges throughout the tree to help reinforce that the arcane charge climb as a core. Wait, sorry, what the fuck? Regain charges throughout the tree to help reinforce the arcane charge climb as a core part of the arcane mage experience. Okay. Lastly, we're introducing a new area damage spell called Arcane Pulse that will replace Arcane Explosion. This spell features a 40-yard range, ramping damage, mana cost, and area effect per charge. Should feel like an intuitive and powerful option when doing rotational filler in AoE. 40-yard AoE spell? So, that is interesting. So Salvo is a new resource, but then I see here that all Salvo is a buff. So I'm not really sure. We'll have to keep reading, but honestly, I need to go get another water real quick. I've been talking for like 2 hours straight. Yo, what's up, Aaron? Are these the new patch notes? Yeah, so these are the Midnight patch notes. We've looked at Frost Mage so far, and we've looked at Fire Mage so far. But we're kind of doing a very in-depth, like, we're not just glossing over everything. We're, like, really reading everything and understanding it, and then going to the talent tree and kind of, like, seeing what our options are, and just trying to really get a feel for it. in its entirety. I think Mage is going to be pretty good. I think the time manipulation, like this being 5 seconds, is very, very crazy. Yeah, that is insane. I think mobility you will feel weaker, but so will everyone kind of. And then the people who like weren't feeling, or the people who had no mobility are kind of getting some, I think. Overall, it looks like a really good like just direction, basically. Any any idea what spec you're gonna play first when the expansion goes live? Dude, I probably am gonna check out Frost. Frost is the most like changed. At least I haven't read Arcane yet, but Frost looks very drastically different. But so far, when I'm looking at like what I've seen so far, on the class side of the tree, I'm not mad about anything. Losing Displace and losing Blast Wave sucks, but like we're gonna be in a new environment where like everyone else is gonna also have like kind of things similar to that. So we'll have to see if maybe Mage is no longer the king of mobility. Maybe there's a class that can actually. The problem with Mage mobility right now, if you want to look at it like a problem, which it kind of isn't, because it fits the identity of the class very well, which is like you're inherently not very tanky, and then you have like a lot of mobility and like elusiveness to avoid damage. So that kind of is fine. Like that class should probably have more mobility and more elusiveness. So going into like this new environment where CC is less, there's less DR windows, there's more DR windows, but there's less like repeatable DRs. So Sheep is going to be off DR more. And then their goal when you read like the very initial thing was like a reduce in micro CC to like make it less frustrating, which is like, that makes sense. So I like that they're getting rid of the third DR. I think that's actually pretty smart. I like that they're to compensate for that, making the DR window shorter. And while mages are going to have less mobility, I think they're still like going to have a good amount of agency. They're going to have a good amount of agency still, because the goes won't have so long in between. It kind of seems like, most of the time if I outrun or I pre-run or whatever, right? Most of the time one shimmer charge mixed with alter is like enough, right? I'm not even sure you'll play shimmer. 11-second blink with 2 charges gets you out of stuns, with DR windows having shorter. I think with the DR windows being 16 seconds, you might just play the 11-second normal blink. I don't know. Like, I'm just so excited, man. I've been wanting like huge changes. To me, these are exciting. I don't see it as like, oh, we're losing mobility. I'm excited because I'm like, well, we're kind of just having an expansion where it's bringing us to a new environment in which damage is going to be different. So I had one person come in earlier and it was like, well, how are we going to kill anything, if the DRs are, we can't triple stun someone. It's like, we don't know the damage to CC ratio. Like, what if 2 stuns is what if 2 cheap shots is enough for the damage and the tuning? Mobility is a big factor for Mage identity. Yeah, I think you still have a good amount, no? Like, you have 2 blink charges on 11-second cooldowns with time walk. So alter time reset. So you essentially have 3 blinks. I think that's still a good amount. I don't know about you guys. I think 3 blinks is a solid number. And additionally, if you talent into Shimmer, you can use those blinks while casting, which I think many people forget kind of how overpowered that is. The fact that you can blink while casting. It's very strong. All right, I want to continue going over all the arcane stuff here in a sec, but I do want to get more water. They're simplifying the game aimed at make more players as long as they don't oversimplify. Yep, I'm pretty much right there with you, Indy. Like, almost verbatim. Yeah, so they are giving Mage a little bit of passive. So the biggest defensive nerf to Mage, honestly, is the loss of greater invisibility. And there is no one-to-one compensation. So you're going to be disappointed if you're looking at it like, oh, well, what did we get, like, as a way to compensate for losing that? There was compensation, but you won't find it at the same scale. And I have not been through the entire patch notes to say, like, if things similar to that have happened to other classes. And it seems like that's the direction that they want to take for most classes. So I think it's a safe assumption to assume that every class will have something similar. Would you welcome overpowered barrier change? Yes, 100%. I'm not really a fan of it right now. The problem with overpowered barrier is it's just too good. Like, your barriers absorb 100% more damage. There you go. That's it. Like, that's the part right there. It didn't even have to have the additional effect. Like, the additional effect is nice when yours is good. Like, for example, Arcane. Arcane has a very overpowered barrier. Whereas Frost and Fire are pretty much only playing it for the extra absorb, but that's just how good that much absorb is. Double the size of your barrier. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually talent into that. Actually. Is there any PvP talent you'd like to see come back? Yeah, I wouldn't mind Deep Freeze as a PvP talent. I think it would be cool. I think that could be a really solid, like, thing that they could do to Mage. With this whole patch. But it would be very unlikely that they would actually introduce a new CC ability. But I like how it's maybe getting to the point, right, where you couldn't even make the argument, maybe. Maybe now Mage mobility is more like in line. So it's no longer, well, you can't give Mage a Deep Freeze because they have 15 shimmers. It's like, okay, well, maybe now that our mobility is... We lost a couple key ones. You know, maybe now? Wait, I have a ping in the WoW Discord. It's not about my alpha access. I'm pissed. Wait, what did I say? Ugh. I thought this list looked longer than normal. Alright. So I don't know how this keeps changing. Alright, guys. I think it's time to look at some Arcane. Oh. There's lots of Arcane things in the game. I don't know. Before I look at Arcane, I kind of already looked at Frost and Fire. So I kind of want to look at the Frost Fire hero talent changes first, while it's still kind of fresh in my memory. The Frostfire hero talent tree added many auras, most of which were incentivized to track and play around. Basically talking about Frostfire, or sorry, excess Frost and excess Fire. It was, yeah, okay. So it was also filled with damage procs, many new damage events, and provided an influx of Brain Freeze and Phoenix Flames charges. At midnight, we're reworking the Frostfire tree to completely let its gameplay more directly enhance and elevate the gameplay that exists within Fire and Frost trees instead of overwhelming it. Yeah, that is the approach that I would take too if I was in their position. You want it to... Like, talents like that almost never feel bad to pick. So it's just a super safe thing. And it also keeps the game simple. Because when you add more and more and more and more, it gets to the point where... Like, you can't just keep adding more. So we've also moved Isothermic Core to the capstone location and integrated more deeply into the tree's talents, since the community has made it very clear that this is a fantastic visual spectacle and an exciting moment gameplay-wise. Oh, wait. That is true. It does feel pretty good to call down the Common Storm Meteor. In Midnight, Frostfire mages should have more intuitive rotational priorities, less auras to track, and punchy big moments of damage. All right, yeah, that's a good vision for it. This is impresses me a good amount, actually. That I like that. New talent, Duality. Casting Glacial Spike has also cast a Pyroblast. Okay, so it's just the tier set that we have as a talent, which whatever. It's not like it's bad or anything. It's just, in a way, it might be kind of nice because it depends, right? Like every pyro could also be frost damage as well as fire damage. Not that like damage schools really matter in this game, but there might be things that modify it further, basically. Molten Chill. That sounds cool. For Frost, your Frost Fire spells. Yeah, see, like, I wonder if Pyro is now a Frost Fire spell. You know? I don't know. Your Frost Fire spells apply Ignite, dealing an additional 15% of their damage over 9 seconds. I mean, so this all just depends on the tuning of Ignite. I mean, we've seen Ignite be very strong, and we've picked all these Ignite talents. If it happens to be pretty good, which I think it will because of how much they're, I don't know. I think it will be good though. And then for fire, your frost spells, or sorry, your frost fire spells apply Ignite. So this for frost, it seems kind of mid. Because Ignite on Frost is like, you don't have anything in the tree to modify it further, so this is just what you get. Unless there's more in here, which there might be, so let's just keep reading, honestly. The new talent, Elemental Conduit, Comet, Storm, Glacial, Pyro, Meteor, now apply Ignite. So this gives Frost Mage access to Ignite on Comets, Glacial, Pyro, and Meteor, which you will call down all of those, and then Ignite's critical strike damage is increased by 10. And then for fire, this would be your Comet. Yeah, like what? Your Pyro. I don't know. It's kind of weird when you read it from the different POVs. I mean, this is kind of insane for fire. I think. Flurry and Fire Blast now deal Frostfire damage, and their damage is increased by 30%. So those are Frostfire spells now. I wonder how much Ignite is going to do on Frost. That's kind of cool. New talent, dual casting adept, your frost. So I wonder if this double dips, by the way. What does this mean? Your frost and fire spells, or is it like your frost fire spells, or if it's a frost fire spell, does it get the frost and the fire, or is it just like your frost / fire spells deal 20% increased damage? Pyroblast and flame strike / ice lance and blizzard damage increased by 10. I mean, that's just insane. Critical strike damage. This on fire is just a 20% critical strike damage increase. Same with frost. New talent, blast radius, comet storm damage increase, meteor damage increase. Sure. Okay, so this used to be we can look right now, honestly. What even is that thing? Oh, this was the just random proc of damage. Something boring, right? Just very boring. Bad design. Just weird. So what is it now? For fire, Frostbolt's critical. Yeah, see, this is, there we go. You know, don't add new things. Modify the things that we have. No one wants this random proc of damage. And then for Frost, Frostfire Bolt has a 5% chance, increased chance of granting Brain Freeze. The damage of your Frost and Fire spells are increased. Okay, 8% damage increase and increased crit chance. Pretty useful. Casting Combustion or Ray of Frost grants Frostfire empowerment. Okay, probably best we read empowerment first. Doesn't look like you changed empowerment, so it's still just an instant Frostfire Bolt proc. Alright, so where was that? Casting Combust or Ray grants an instant Frostfire Bolt proc. That is also a 30%. You have 1 minute combustion as Frostfire Mage. And you, wow. Flash Freeze Burn is an insane talent. And then for what is it? Ray, 15 seconds. So on Frost, you have 2 charge 45-second Ray. Don't believe there's further Ray CDR anywhere. Maybe there is though. Ray's like right here. Or where is Ray? Probably in the middle. Damage increase. Yeah. Yeah, Ray is it's the new big thing for Frost. Rip Midnight PvP. We could have a debate about that, but I'm kind of thinking it looks a little refreshing, but we'll see. Yo, what's up, Matthias? Let's see here. Frostfire Empowerment stacks 1 additional time. See, I mean, that is kind of cool, but that's kind of something you have to track. Because, well, maybe not. It's going to be a completely new environment, right? Where we don't have add-ons. We don't have anything. So the thing that we play with will probably track that. Like, they're not just going to put things in the game that you need to track that they're not aware of, you know? They're like, okay, we're going to release this add-on manager, like, cooldown tracker. And then they're doing all these changes. These changes really do... I think they do really accomplish their goal that they set up here. Yeah, add-ons will find a way for sure. Although I think the only ones that are gonna like actually do anything are just cosmetic ones. I'm not sure. The add-on debate is something we don't have enough information on, and also something I'm not fully updated on as to like what the last post that we saw about it was. Let's see. 12-second cheap shot. I guess it's fine though. Last stun DR is 1 global. Wait. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. You're saying like right now, whenever you quarter DR cheap someone, you're just like trading global for global. You're just like, I take your global, basically. And that's just what they're trying to remove, right? Just excessive like things where people are just like stopping you and stealing your globals and just being a douche. Which is, I mean, like, damn, that sounds not bad. But you got to think that also means that you're going to have less stuff to do that to people too. So therein lies the new environment that we're kind of walking into, right? Which is a world where you can't like stop someone from doing something for as long. Now in threes, I think you'll still be able to do a good amount. Like if you're running at someone to shut them down, and you have 3 people's options all being forced onto one person, like I think that'll probably still frustrate that person a fair amount, but hopefully it's not like as bad, you know. Like let's say the healer has to heal and now he can't just be there to use all his interrupts and options on this target, then you actually will have a period of time sooner than before that you can actually play, which to me sounds solid. It also just means that less stuff is possible. So I don't know. It might feel slower in a way. Slower as in, you know, you will more often not have stuff to stop stuff, which means that will change the way that you position a little, because if you know you don't have a way to stop things, you're less inclined to play aggressive and on top of people. Oh, thank God for the keystone change. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I'm just going to continue reading. That look better. All right, let's see. Frostfire Empowerment stacks 1 additional time and it causes Frostfire Bolt to explode for 20%. So it causes it to explode for 20% of its damage. So it already explodes for 80% of its damage to nearby enemies. And there isn't anything about Frostfire Empowerment in these patch notes. Like, no changes to it. Like, Frostfire Empowerment. The only thing we see is that, like, okay, Combust grants it, and it can stack an additional time. So it's just, yeah, I mean, that's good. It's going to do 100% of its damage. So it's also a damage increase as well as stacking additional time, which is super solid. Now triggers from Ice Block and Ice Cold for Frost Mages was Cold Snap, Flame, and Frost. Let me refresh myself on that one. So this was Cold Snap or Cauterize, resets the cooldown of your Frost spells with a base cooldown over Elemental Affinity, which, where do we have that choice node still? I kind of lost where I was for a sec. So this is still a thing. For fire, okay. And for frost. Or you could play this one now, which now triggers from block or ice cold. No, I'm not sold. I still think it's the same thing, really. Actually, it's kind of worse because Cold Snap was off the global. So if you could DB and then Cold Snap another DB. And in a very, very rare case, you could maybe play that. But now it's just like, nah, I'm good. Let's see. Isothermic Core Meteor. Yeah. Yeah, Chilla. I mean, this is just my genuine, like, this is how genuinely interested I am in these changes. Isothermic Core Meteor and Comet Storm damage is increased by 35%. Solid. This is a lot. I mean, the periodic. So, like, this is a weird one to combine, in my opinion, because, like, 50% on the initial hit of Frostfire Bolt is significantly different than how much this is meaningful. So like this part just feels like kind of cosmetic. Because I mean 50% on the periodic damage of Frostbolt doesn't make much sense. So like that dot doesn't really do much. But okay. Okay, so that was that. I think Sun Fury could be cool to go over too, but I think we got to do Arcane now. Permawelli glacials are faster. No veins. I'm here for it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That seems pretty nice to me, at least. Maybe I'm tripping now. Honestly, guys, this light is just completely draining all of my life force being on. Holy shit. I don't know. That's like, I can kind of deal with that a little bit more. It's not as bright, but it's just not like, you know, bright enough, but whatever. It's fine with me. It's weird. Arcane for me is like, I kind of have this weird feeling towards Arcane right now, which makes me not as excited. Like, I felt like a kid in a candy shop reading those Frost and Fire changes, dude. But like, this one just kind of feel like I'm like committing myself to reading an essay. I don't know. The thing I should remember right now though is that this is potentially like Arcane becoming fun to me again. So we'll see. I mean, this is really far away, but let's hear their theory again. Because I think we've already read this, but their biggest goal is simplifying the decision making around when to barrage by reducing the number of effects and then folding the remaining ones. So what do you think they mean by folding? Like, I think they're reducing the total number of modifiers for barrage, but they're not fully removing them. And then the additional ones, like the leftover ones, will fold them into the remaining new resource called Salvo. And what Salvo is it's a damaging, or casting a damaging spell increases the damage of barrage by 3, stacks up to 60. So they basically took every modifier and combined them, and then just said like, all right, here's a 60% barrage modifier. Like, that is the compensation for losing all of the individual modifiers that we're getting rid of. It's all just one universal buff. So that is way simpler. That's probably a good approach. To me, that doesn't seem like a bad approach. Let's see. Arcane mages can talent into different ways to generate salvo, and should expect their hero talents to provide some unique behaviors that will augment the cadence of their barrage. So, to me, it sounds like one of them is revolved around. To me, I'm gonna kind of guess that this means that with Spellslinger, there's gonna be something that makes you want to barrage more, whereas like Sun Fury is probably going to have its own unique behavior that might augment its cadence of Arcane Barrage. Maybe it's slower. I don't know. We'll have to see. We're also removing all effects that refund charges when you barrage. But they're adding new and unique ways to regain charges throughout the tree to help reinforce the arcane charge climb as a core part of the arcane mage experience. So to them, a core arcane experience is going from 1 combo point to 4 combo points on arcane. And they want more unique ways to gain those. So they don't want us just sitting on 4 and then just like spamming 4 over and over again, I guess. Like that kind of makes sense. Because then you also have to know when that refresh is going to happen, and that also creates a layer of complexity. So just having it be like, okay, there is no complexity about knowing when the reset's going to happen. You just here's a list of fun builders and spenders. Just go build and spend. Which, I mean, that seems simpler and more intuitive. So let's see. Lastly, we're introducing a new damage. Yeah, this part confused me a little bit. I need to read about what Arcane Pulse is. So Arcane Pulse replaces Arcane Explosion. A pulse of arcane magic erupts from underneath your target. So the spawn point is the same as Arcane Explosion. Dealing arcane damage to all enemies within 2 yards. Very, very, very low radius. But each charge increases the damage, the radius, and the mana cost. And I believe from looking at the tree, I saw somewhere it said it can go up to 100 yards. Or no, it said right here. The spell features a 40-yard range, ramping damage, and area effect per arcane charge. So it can get up to 40. So if you have 4 arcane charges, each arcane charge is 10 yards of range. Does that consume that when you use it? Like, does it use? Okay. Oh wait, it's a generator actually. Okay, so well, there's no point to generate like. Oh, it says 2 yards per charge. Is that what it says? Where does it say that? I don't think so. Oh, each arcane charge increases damage by 102%, radius by 2 yards. Yeah, but this, okay, I don't know which to trust more, because I really don't know, actually. There's just no way that the max like range is 8 yards. That's completely, why would you, this is stupid at that point. The only reason you would play this is instead of arcane explosioning, you could just use this if people were on top of you to generate 2 charges instead of like 1 with it. But I'm pretty sure there was a way to get 2 anyways. Can you place it on multiple targets? It goes on a wait, I thought it was spawned on wait. Oh, it's from underneath your target. So, okay. It's a targeted spell. Okay, I see now. I thought this was I read this as it's underneath your character, like Arcane Explosion, but instead of Arcane Explosion, it had a bigger and bigger radius the more charges you had. But this is a 40. Okay, so this is a range spell that deals arcane damage to all enemies. Each arcane charge increases damage. What is the use of this? I mean, is this a PvE talent? So it's arcane explosion levels of damage. It's very low damage. Maybe the damage goes up, okay, by 100%. So it's 400% of 200. What is that? How do you do that? I mean, these numbers could be pretty scuffed, but it's a turbo charge generator? I don't know. I don't know what it does. Let's see. We're introducing a new area damage spell called Arcane Pulse. It will replace AE. And it should feel like an intuitive and powerful option when doing rotational filler. It's a rotational filler. I don't know. To me, this seems very PvE based. Maybe there's like a world where you play it into pets as a way to auto-generate a lot of charges. I don't really know though. Either way, so the Apex talents. These actually look really cool to me. And I'm not really sure. Cloth hair. Yeah. So for Apex talents, we have Touch of the Archmage. Touch of the Magi accumulates an additional 5% damage and has one additional charge. So Touch of the Magi having 2 charges. That is definitely huge. Like, that is kind of insane if you think about it. Arcane charges further increase the damage of Arcane Blast, Arcane Pulse, and Arcane Barrage by 30%. When Touch explodes, it leaves behind a pulsing rune at its target, dealing 25% of its damage over 6 seconds to nearby enemies. Damage is increased by 100% on your initial Touch of the Magi target. So it does double damage on your initial target. So it does 50% of the Magi damage over 6 seconds. That's kind of like pretty decent. If you have a decent touch, 6 seconds is not very long, right? So that 50% dot, the individual ticks will be kind of high. Looks quite fun. You're talking about Pulse. Okay. Okay. Dude, I want the alpha so bad, bro. The changiest? I disagree, kind of. I think Frost Mage got the biggest change, but I haven't read all of Arcane though. I've just read the first couple lines. Don't spoil yourself. It's more about a I don't care about anything being spoiled. I'm trying to fully learn everything. That's a really long cast. I didn't know it was a cast. So he's at 2 charges. He casted a pulse. It's an AoE Arcane Blast. That is so weird for from a PvP perspective. That's so weird. Cuz like I don't know. The haste is really bad right now though. So they're level 80 in starting gear. So this is like the baseline of abilities, which is always like I do wish that they probably would just like let you have, I don't know. Obviously it's an alpha, right? So, but it's easy to get really excited from alpha stuff, but stuff like that might be, you look at how long this cast is. And okay, so we're doing 750 damage, 5,000 arcane blasts. Wait, 10,000? Oh, we got to remember they haven't tuned anything yet either, right? They're just showing us the abilities. Oh wait, what? What was that? Arcane orbs can consume clear castings to shoot out 2 more orbs. He does very short clips. I'm just gonna watch all this. I'm just gonna watch. It's fucking PvE though. It's funny. people don't say things that are biased, but people you can hear like biases towards like he's not saying it like. Additionally, Scorch was lost, and that's what this means. It's like you can tell he's pissed about it. Okay. Well, I mean, he said it feels slower but more impactful. It also probably feels that slow because the haze, but oh, that looked cool. Watch the so he spends his Fingers of Frost proc here, which consumes the freezing. And it does a little explosion. So he flurries there, but all the flurry does is add freezing, and he already has 20 stacks of freezing. So you take 3 off at a time. Whoa, wait. I don't like the way these look. These are apex talents, bro. Like, just throw them off to the side. I don't know. Yeah, it might change. That's true. Yeah, it's alpha. That's true. I'm just voicing the things I don't like about it. What are these? What are these? It's alpha. All right. That was cool though. Pulse looks weird. I don't know. I still don't really know about Pulse after all that. Okay. Let's find out what else is different. Focusing crystal. So each wave of missiles each wave of missiles grants 1 salvo stack, and this is just a flat missiles 15% increase. So damage bonus increased to 2%. Oh, by 2%. Wait, isn't that... That's... Oh, it's up to 60%. Okay, so that just means... how many times... Does it... How many times... So... It would take 20 globals to get that to full. And then with salvo bonus increased by 2%, that would mean that you're at 5. So it would take 12. That's kind of that's 8 globals. I mean, that's probably solid. Arcane Pulse. Yeah, we've already read that. Rip my stun. I feel like a mage now. I'm kind of interested to read the SP ones too. Arcing missiles consumes charges to increase missiles. Consume arcane charges to increase missile damage by 80%. Choice node with voltage. What does this mean? Does this mean that you can... Is this an ability? Does this mean your missiles consume your charges? It was on the tree here. Arcing missiles. Choice node. Each wave of arcane missiles will consume a charge. An arcane charge to increase its damage by 80%. Each wave. Each individual missile? No, it says each wave. So that's every clear casting does 80% more damage at the cost of 1 charge. Is that not what that says? Damage from arcane missiles has a 30% chance to crit you one charge. That just seems so much worse. That's what I mean. The power disparity can't be that big between these two. That's not much of a choice. Well, maybe we don't care about missile damage. It all depends on the tuning, right? Maybe damage from missiles, you want that so that you can get more charges, because maybe getting to 4 charges is more important. But if missiles does a lot of damage, charged missiles is crazy. This consumes 1 charge to increase the damage of 1 set of missiles by 80%. Well, it just depends on the tuning, I think, right? If missile damage is low, we don't care that it gets increased, right? We just want to use missiles to generate charges, but I don't think it'll be that way. So that's just the world that we would live in if the other one was viable ever. Orb Mastery. Casting Arcane Orb with clear castings fires 2 additional orbs. Orbs now consume clear castings. Finally, a talent that I don't have to... Like, I can just understand it. Thank you. We might also get to... we might get changed to clear casting proc frequency. Yeah, that's also possible. Casting Touch grants clear casting. Choice node with Echo. That's a weird decision, but kind of cool. So Echo is direct damage you deal to enemies affected by touch, cause an explosion that deals 52. So yeah, the damage on that is very low, but the important part about it is that it explodes and hits all nearby enemies. So this always kind of did like nothing to one target, but if you had 3 targets on you, it did something. Or you can just pick clear casting. Overflowing Insight, Arcane Blast, and Pulse deal 15% increased damage, but their mana costs are increased by 25%. Gains 1 additional stack of salvo from casting a damaging spell. So that, if you play that, I think salvo, you'll have a lot of uptime on salvo. So I think the way Arcane is going to work is like you're going to have about a... Actually, I'm not sure yet. Let me keep reading. Arcane Orb has a 50 to 100% chance to grant salvo. Okay. So Arcane Orb can give you 5 of them. You can consume a clear casting with your orb as well to generate 3, which would just give you 15 of them with 3 orbs. And salvo is barrage damage. Other attunement has been updated. It's a 2-point node. Missiles hit 2 additional targets and then 4 additional targets at 50% effectiveness. That is really awkward for a PvPer where the number you want is like 3 here. Feels like you're talenting into like you're losing value on putting 2 in there. But I mean, it could still hit a pet or something. Orb Barrage has been updated. Now causes Arcane Barrage to have a 3% per salvo stack to launch an orb. So even after you build up all your salvo stacks and you consume them on a barrage, you'll have a 60% chance on that barrage at max stacks to just launch another orb, which essentially isn't like huge depending on how much damage orb does, but it also will give you more arcane charges back And it will also give you 5 more salvo stacks. So this kind of goes against what I thought they said they wanted to do, because they didn't want you to refund arcane charges when you barrage. But that's kind of what this is doing. And in addition, it also gives you salvo stacks. Reverberate has updated. Arcane Pulse has a 50% chance to repeat its explosion at 30% effectiveness. So the damage part, I mean, like, it's kind of low, but it's going to add up when you have so many targets. But mainly it's it repeats its explosion, which could give you 4 instantly. Because each tick, or like pulse, when you cast it, you get 2. If it repeats, you would get 4 charges. But it's only a 50% chance. And I'm not sure how much you're actually pressing this spell ever. Arcane Tempo has been updated. Grants 2% haste passively. No longer a stacking aura. Probably for the better. Surging Urge has been renamed to Mana Bomb. Arcane Surge's damage is increased by an additional 50% based on your mana spent. Okay, that's still, I don't know. Maybe Surge, the initial hit from Surge will, maybe it will ever matter on who it's on. So far, Surge has always just kind of been like, cast it on anything. As long as your Phoenix is in line, just get the Surge buff up. But this is more on like, I don't know. This is nothing, I think. Orb and Mana Adept are no longer in the Arcane tree. They're now learned automatically. So you got 2 points here for free, kind of. Imp Priz Barrier is now located in the class talent tree. Right? Yeah, of course. Arcane Barrage replaces Fire Blast. Barrage damage increased 25. Surprised they're doing any tuning at all right now. Maybe like super outliers or whatever, but Resonance, Arcane Barrage damage increased by 5% per target. Beyond the first was 12. This used to be very strong because if you had a group of like, you know, 4 or 5 people or whatever, your barrage would just do insane damage. So they're lowering the peak on that. Replaces Frostbolt. Arcane Blast no longer has increased clear casting chance. Here we're getting some of the interesting stuff now. Clear casting's chance to trigger increased to 12. 12, huh? Evocation no longer grants clear casting or a stacking intellect bonus. High voltage chance to trigger increased to 30%. No longer increases chances on failure. Impetus now causes pulse and blast to generate 1 additional charge. No longer grants spell damage. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. More charge generation.
Tube. What's good? It's Egg.
Yo, thank you, Soph. I appreciate that. I'm just kind of nerding out over here a little. Oh yeah, this thing. Electrostatic Orb. Wasn't that the 3? Oh no, that's the salvo. So that will eventually have a 100% chance. The way I view this one, this electrostatic one, is whenever you consume clear castings with Orb, instead of Barrage, it'll fire 2 additional ones. So this will have 3 Arcane Orbs have a 100% chance to grant 5 salvo stacks. Now, it can trigger up to 5 times per orb. So, wait, hold on, where was I? Up to 5 times? Can now trigger up to 5 times? What? I'm so confused. It literally says up to 5 times. Does it mean... Oh, per arcane orb. Oh. Wait. That doesn't seem any different to me, actually. Am I missing something here, I wonder? Does that mean that you can get 25 stacks of salvo per orb? I think so. I'm not sure, though. If so, that's insane. Orb Barrage has a chance per Arcane Salvo stack. Reduced to 3 was 5. Oh, Orb Barrage. Orb Barrage chance, sorry. This is a really weird way that they went about this. Like, they introduced the original talent, right? Which made Orb Barrage 5%. And then they went further down here in the notes, and then they just nerfed the thing that they wrote, rather than just making the talent start at whatever they nerfed it to. Like, how are you going to introduce a talent up here and then nerf the talent down here? Does that make any sense to anybody? I don't know what this is. Concentrated power. Thank you again, Soph. Thank you. Missiles now dynamically retargets during multi-target casts. Whoa. That's crazy. You can change targets while you're channeling missiles, and it will dynamically retarget. That's kind of interesting. Eureka. I'm gonna re-poly. Wait, no, I broke it with missiles. Yeah, that's really strange behavior. That's gonna be weird. All the people who don't use focus will be called out. So there was one more thing I wanted to figure out here. And that is with the Arcane. With Arcane, during their little introduction thing that they did up here, they said that the 2 hero talent trees would change the cadence of how often you barrage. Curious what they meant by that. Okay. Attune Familiar. Your Arcane Familiar has a 50% chance to conjure a Splinter. We're still doing Familiars, huh? And Splinters? I guess that makes sense. Direct damage from Splinters have a 25% chance to grant 1 stack of Salvo or apply a stack of Freezing. Oh yeah, I forgot you could play Frost on here too. Polish Focus. Casting Barrage while at 20 or more Salvo stacks refunds 5. And Ice Lance is able to consume an additional stack of Freezing. Those are interesting. While in combat, Blink summons a mirror. Gaining Clear Casting or Brain Freezing conjures 2 Splinters. Force of Will. For Arcane, Casting Barrage conjures a Splinter for every 5 Salvo stacks consumed. That is a lot of Splinters. One Frost Splinter every 2 freezing stacks. Magi conjures 4 splinters. Glacial conjures 2. Reactive barrier nerfed down. Embedded splinters are no longer tracked on nameplates. Splinter cleave percentage increased to 40. So I think this is the one that changes. Like this one, you are more focused on barraging because you want to refund your stacks. And you're really trying to just consume barrage as much as you can so that you can generate as many splinters as possible. That's basically what I'm gathering. And then for Sun Fury, when your Phoenix expires, it gives you a lesser time warp, which is 20% haste. That's a good number. It's 10% right now. Although it might just be nerfed in PvP, but that's because it's our tier set. I wonder if they'll keep the nerf on it. If a PvP tier set is nerfed, and then they make that tier set into a talent, will it keep its nerf? I don't know. New talent, Spellfire Salvo. Salvo can stack 5 additional times. It's weird how there's a fire only component to this one, you know? Like, Salvo can stack 5 additional times. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's the arcane part. Okay, never mind. So there's the arcane part, and then there's the fire part. Fire Blast getting an additional charge is kind of insane as well. Pyrocosm, damage from missiles, and Fireball has a 10 to 20% chance to summon a meteorite. Meteorite lands, gain 2 stacks of salvo. Sun Fury. So you still have glorious incandescence too. So you have meteorites from okay. Yeah, that seems quite solid. Meteorites granting salvo. And then yeah, that's good for that. Let's see here. Alter time cooldown 10%. I mean that's insane. The thing is Frostfire for fire looks so good, right? And then you look at this stuff for Sun Fury and you think about how good it is for fire as well. And it's like, damn, an additional Fire Blast charge, 10 seconds off your altar. I mean, they both have really insane things. Same with Arcane. Except I think the Slinger stuff doesn't look like... I don't know. It just depends, again, on the tuning. If the Splinter damage is insane, then playing Splinters would be good. But if it's not crazy, then you probably want to go Sun Fury. There's a lot of really good stuff in here. When your Phoenix is summoned, it consumes all your spheres. Each sphere consumed increases your spell damage during surge and combustion by 2%. That is a redesign. And causes your Phoenix to... So, the way the spheres work now is you have 5. It's a 10% increase. When you bust, it gradually goes down and you gradually lose that percentage if you had a target to attack. So this is saying that whenever your Phoenix is summoned, it just instantly consumes the spheres. And then for each sphere consumed, it increases your spell damage by 2%. So you'll have the buff the whole time, the 10%. And then also your Phoenix just casts exceptional spells over its duration. Focusing the I guess. Let's see. The bonuses provided by your barrier spells persist for an additional 8 seconds. Additionally, Cauterize no longer deals damage to you. But that's a choice node. That's what they don't tell you. Incandescence has been updated. Now granted upon generating a sphere. No longer causes Fire Blast to hit additional targets. But you still call it down with the Fire Blast, I think. No longer extends the duration of Soul or Hypothermia based on the number of exceptional spells. The base duration of Soul and Hyper is increased to 6. Okay. I don't mind that. It's kind of like a 1 second decrease, I think. Not too bad. Soul has been updated. Now grants 5 salvo stacks per cast. And salvo is not consumed by casting barrage. Oh my god. That's disgusting. That is quite nice. So Arcane Soul, your previously what Arcane Soul was is in PvP it was like sometimes it did really decent damage, but sometimes you also just kind of use it as a way to like generate charges and get clear castings and stuff. It wasn't like crazy. It was like really good, but not like crazy. This sounds like crazy to me. Maybe not though. Barrage should deal 15% increased damage to enemies affected by your Magi. Burden of Power now increases blast and pulse damage by 15. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's everything that I've read everything. I mean, all the hero talents, all the specs for Mage. I thought that was quite exciting. Arcane 1 seems harder for me to judge, but I like the concept. I think it's like not bad. It still is like by design the more complicated mage spec, I think, because you're introducing salvo stacks and there are things that keep salvo stacks, there are things that lose salvo stacks, how you can like min-max the generation on your salvo stacks, things like that. And there are definitely still ways to like min-max your, let's say, freezing, for example, and your shattering on Frost Mage. But as a concept, freezing is much easier to understand than salvo stacks because they stack up to like 60 times or something, and it's a small buff. And then fire's just, I don't know, fire didn't really have anything like too meaningful, you know? I don't think. I mean, like, you're getting more damage from like that, and your what is it? That your fired up is a part of the class that I think is pretty cool. Like on Bust, there is just kind of like this RNG jackpot chance that you can continuously just fire blast, consume a hot streak, get the RNG chance, reduces the cooldown, and then extends your combust. Like realistically speaking, if you got really lucky with this, you could combust into another combust. Like with, again, that would never happen, but with really good RNG, you know, that's like super unrealistic, but again, that's like how it works, right? So you can kind of extend your bust for like on average. I'm not sure what it'll come out to be, but it's a cool addition. Ignite could be strong. You probably will end up taking the Ignite talents just by default, unless Flame Strike happens to be good. And then you have a lot of Fire Blasts, a lot of Fire Blast reduction. That's about it. Still, for Fire, the biggest question is, honestly, for all of them, for all the specs, except for Frost. I don't think Frost will play Spellslinger. I don't think there's a chance. I think Frost, you will just be a Frostfire Mage. Because you get lower cooldown on Ray and a lot of other things as well. What did you guys think? Excited or what? Slower, more impactful, casting fireballs during combust will be mandatory. Yeah, the no Phoenix Flames and no Scorch is very interesting for Fire Mage. Fire Blast management will be something to think about. But you gotta also think, they're making your class feel more like a well-oiled machine for each mage spec. So while you have less individual things to do, the things that you're doing, thanks to time manipulation in the class tree, this being 5 seconds is no small deal, you know? If you, for example, DB, and then you use your 4 Fire Blast charges that you have because you're playing Sun Fury or whatever. You get 4 from Sun Fury, I believe, but let's say you only have 3, right? That's still 15 seconds. The talent set 2. Wait, I think I know what you're talking about. It's Flame On. Increases the maximum number of Fire Blast charges by 2. So you have 1 charge base. Then you get Flame On rank 1, which is increases the maximum number of charges by 1. So you have 2 total. Then second point, you have 3 total. Max 3 charges. Well, it says it right there. So, and then from Sun Fury, you have an additional one, I think, if you want it. I believe it's Sun Fury. Fire Blast cooldown reduced by 1. There's just so many fucking things, though. Well, either way, right? You're going to be resetting these cooldowns quite often. I think the class is going to feel very fluid in a way. Glad they're changing a ton of classes. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Full Haze Subrogue. I saw some of that. That was weird. I read the Subrogue ones. What's up, Cloth? Checked preheat VOD. He got 3 charges with talent tree open on Sun Fury. That's weird. I can hear you in twos. All right. Just make a group, I guess, and I'll sign up. Oh. Just let me know whenever you've made the group, okay? Out of perma dispelling you? Like purging you? Tailor made? Oh, oh, there it is. Well, there will be times where his purge globals will be unavoidable, but generally speaking, if I notice that someone is purging me like at the start of the game, I will sort of recognize that they're like trying to do that, and I just will make it harder for them to purge me. And if they're then from there, you know, you kind of put the ball in their court again. You're like, okay, how much are you really wanting to purge me here? Like, how much are you going to overextend for it? And then when they reveal that, you can further modify how you play. Like each time more and more, just being like making sure that you're out of their line of sight at all times. But not every priest is going to play the same, so. So he puts all his CC as his first globals, and then he pops his damage after, which is kind of the wrong way to go about it, in my opinion, but. Okay, I'm gonna bust here because his pets are stunned, so it's the only time I can actually play. Now the option to put residual damage on the priest is here. I'm actually gonna take it because there's no mark, but there's no Call of the Wild. Kicked him with a displace. Line the Mind Blast with movement. Rebuff, mirror images. Leads. Got it. Okay, no kick present, so wait for them to stack. Double. Ring. I'm gonna ice wall on this lockout, and then I'm gonna reek sheep off of that. Got turtle. That's kind of a weird one. I should have shimmered maybe with my wall. I have a kick. Use it there. Blink through the Mind Blast. Oh, I went off. Trinket, meld, and then I'll just displace and pull that out of there. Nice sleepwalk. I'll take deep breath. Should have it back. Maybe he doesn't. Okay. Busting. Have to hit the priest though. Okay. I can actually Phoenix crit through this. Cheat this. Your sheep here. Fear was off cooldown, so I blinked, but then got hit by the binds, which is super frustrating. Just try to kill here. Swaps. I still have cauterized too. You do that cast. Cross interrupt there. Knock mind blast. Fake the death. Fake fade. Cool sheep. No turtle. Still have caught. I'll just block here. But nice. I kind of. My caught dot is a lot scarier, so I should have let myself caught there instead of blocking. It's my mistake. Wall them off. Scorch. He's just dead. What's your opinion on PetSac? How do you deal with it? Hunters who pop it exclusively on combust windows. You basically just have to like swap targets. Like if you press it on the hunter, it should be with the intent of forcing Ross and then swapping. There's also periods of the game where you can go them in like an AoE stun. Like a Demon Hunter AoE stuns or a Shaman cap stuns or a Dragon deep breaths. You can fit most of the damage of your combust in on that time. And sometimes you can force more through that. But generally speaking, how you're going to approach it into most classes is just swapping. It's a mind game between you and the hunter, you know? Like, this used to be a really big problem that mages used to have in Shadowlands as well. And a lot of the times in an RMP context, because that's the comp that was good in Shadowlands, you would do a fake go. You would start the healer with combustion and force the hunter to Ross him, and then you would swap the hunter. So it's kind of the same idea, but yeah, like the smarter the hunter, the harder it is, because if you just combust the healer but you don't fully commit all of your fire blast charges on him, then it's not going to be enough damage to kill him. So the fact that the hunter, like, he basically he's like calling your bluff in a way. He could just choose not to Ross that target. But most of them do. That's the good part. Most of them don't really put that much like thought into it. They just kind of like see combustion on their weak auras and they just press Ross on whoever's like taking damage. So generally speaking, that's kind of the approach that I take, at least. Well, hey, Fire Mage is gonna have 1 minute combustion in as Frostfire in Midnight. But you don't have Kindling or Unleashed Inferno, so I think it's actually a fixed 1 minute cooldown with no shifting power. Best spec is Fire. Yeah, it's more like, you know, Fire is a spec that relies on critting, and Ross just exists. So unless they remove Ross, it's something that has always existed for Fire is that ability. Let's see how he... Oh, nice. No para there. Could have easily parried it. We got double trinket off the rip, so we're going to sheep this guy and avoid fear. And kick mine. Oh, mine blast. Nice. Knock him off. Root him. Kick. Slow him. Drop you over in. Going up cold. Kick. And I think this is a good time to bust. DB off. Keeping. After I got out of line. Go for the karma. Get my shimmer back here. Look at this. Oh, what? It brought me the wrong way. You shoot. Dude, that actually... so weird here. Slow the Windwalker now if he wants to start kiting. Takes me. I'll get a knock here to start his kiting. And then sheep the roll. Nice, he sleeps the roll. There's the spell. Since that sheep full, should be safe. We spam purging, but like we don't really care, right? To be honest with you. This was not great for our momentum here, honestly. Okay, we got some CC. Knock him off. Oh my god. Nice, they're going me now. It's very solid. I like when they do that. Another Mind Blast here. It's able to stop the Void Blast though. Displacing. This game should be over actually. Okay, busting here. Priest has Trinket. This guy's just dying. Like I just had to wall. I'm on roids so it works. What the? No, that's pretty, yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I view it as well. Fire is tanky in a different way. Fire is tanky in a way where, like, you play a lot of verse on fire for one. And when you get low, it's not, like, always a trade. Fire has this element to it where you can really greed your cooldowns more than the other specs because there is no fear of dying when you have Cauterize. So you can get really greedy. And if you can make that greed pay off, then you're tankier in that way. I'm just gonna proc the root. So I think we just ripped Combustion here. I don't want to sit this so... Okay, you know what? The rescue made me hold my trigger finger a little. That's an early tremor. I'm just gonna kill it. And I'm gonna attack that stun. See if he Rosses it. He's not Rossing it. We didn't even get wall either though. Ow. We're just gonna trinket that very aggressively. Get a slow up on him. I'm just pressuring this guy very hard, which is kind of excessive because I didn't really CC the pets where I should have, basically. Nice kick there. Okay, I got a little lucky there. But yeah, this hunter was... Okay, see, he only Rosses himself. Take that. Nice, get some pressure off that. And we got Ross here, and we're about to have Bust, which is super solid. The Fire Blast is to get my ring back 2 seconds earlier. To eat a kick, to land a sheep. Round out of the way. Maybe force a feign. Leave an intentional gap so he might feign it. Nope, okay. Bring the pets first. Bring pets first. Fox my silence. Stun. Dude, come on, bro. I'm just gonna get a sheep now at this point. Busting. There's the second grounding that I let come back. Okay, it's actually not bad. Blinks yes there. Yep, that's decent. Nice. Nice, really good. Here we got trinket there. I'm ready to play defensive. Okay. Feel like we probably could have avoided more damage there. Yeah, I can do a DB mass sheep, but it's probably gonna get sheared. He tried to trinket kick me regardless, which is interesting. I'm gonna re with the ring here. Okay. And then we're just gonna not combust. Actually, not combusting is more damage here. Yep. We'll hold it. Let me just wait for that to be over and maybe blink CS late. Try to get a third sphere maybe. That one. Yeah, I think we just send the combustion trinket wall here and combust. Grounding. Got precog. For sheep. It's just dead. Do you have any fire guides out? Not really. I have an old one, but I'm not very proud of it. I don't think it's very good. They absolutely wait to see the combust icon to press it. Yeah. Some of them you can spook them a little bit though, and if you get them kind of low without it, it's good. I'm scared to play mass poly. Is it really a talent worth it? Yes. Pretty good. It's more for... People think mass poly is meant as like a talent to polymorph more than one target. But it's more for... It gives you the ability to CC people that are not initially in your line of sight. So there's a pillar here and a shaman behind it. I can't sheep him because I have to target him. And if I wanted to, I would have to blink on him and make it very telegraphed. Otherwise, I could just use mass, blink towards the pillar, and hit him with it. And additionally, it goes through like groundings and things like that as well. Blizzard, you saw that Blizzard has no changes for PvP in the new expansion? I don't know. I just went over a fair amount of changes. And then I think there's some specific PvP ones as well, focused around PvP talents and rating. No, I haven't tried that, JH. I haven't tried Arcane at all, really, since they nerfed it. Here's my stats, but I should be playing more versatility. Like this should be a verse gem. And I should have... Oh, I do have cursed verse, okay. Yeah, this guy's verse is not too bad. Are you going to do a bit of housing? Yeah, I will. I don't know. I'm going to check it all out. I don't plan on intentionally leaving any part of the new expansion out besides like the PvE. Just PvE is there to get me to max level. How much verse? Just as much. I mean, you're just Fire Mage wants a little bit of extra versatility because you're kind of like standing toe to toe more on fire, just playstyle wise, which will make you take more damage. So right now in PvP I have about 30%, but you could get it higher. Mine is just not very good because I'd geared some type of way on this mage. I mean, this I could change and get a lot more. Actually, yeah. I think I'm just missing the gem. I thought I had way worse gear. I think it's just that gem needs changed. Yeah, Frost does look interesting, Aaron. I agree. In Midnight. I'm gonna be trying Frost out first. It looks the most interesting to me. I'm just running these 3 PvP taunts. What are they? Ice Wall, OP, Ignition. So this beginning period of the game, if they want to give us distance, it's okay with me because I'm generally a patient person and I can generate Spellfire Spheres, so I don't mind just being given free damage. Trinket this and DB. No point to sit it. We got Dispel here, so... Oh, how did that break? Oh, he's playing double Dispel. Okay, now we're gonna counter pressure here with the Poly. And a full sheep. We got a PS here, so I think the play is to honestly just start hitting this guy. And this second set of images here, so we're just gonna run away again. We're gonna use a quarter DR sheep there, and then we'll give you the fist. Roots, variable. Slow him. Okay, we got away. We avoided most of the damage. We slow the healer here. Look for an interrupt on him. We have to kind of wait out this premonition. I'm not really down to go into 14% DR, but I'm gonna alter here in line. Alter back. I think a double DB is in line here. Double DB ring. Alright. There's a sweep on me. I want to get slows up before my bust this time around. Kick. Busting. Blink through that Mind Blast. Slow him here. And now I can start hitting him. Meld Fear. DB. Ring. Tried to fake. Fortunate. Slow him. Alter. A decent alter too. I'm gonna blink out of purge range here. Priest isn't even targeting me, so I don't think he wants to purge me. Targeting me now. Might have went for it, so won't slow him down here. Knock. Another Celestial. Let's sheep it. Sheep Dispel. Beware of the Dispel kick. One more here. Nice. Oh, nice. I can set this now because of that. That was lit. Oh yeah. Mini slow there with the Flame Strike. Don't really want to shift here. Can't double DB because DRs. If I could AFK and generate a Spellfire Sphere out of combat, that would be nice, huh? I'm at 3. 4. I'll take a 5th one too. There we go, 5. Spend all the charges that I can here. Double DB. Nice, see if he dispels that. Busting here. Nice. I really like this sleep low. I think he dies through it though. I have 2 shimmers, and then once he comes around, I have a displace. But yeah, he's just my shimmer, but I don't even have to trinket this one though. Super nice. Used to advocate for more haste. What made you change? Honestly, I looked at what other people were doing on NA, and I saw everyone was just doing the 5 sphere verse with 4 piece, and it just kind of was like, wait, yeah, I think that is just kind of better. I didn't figure out that 5 spheres was better until I realized that, like, you can actually get to 5 because during your combustion, it doesn't spend them. So the spheres that you're generating during your your bust, you keep them until the next bust. And when I was playing this one, I was like, man, there's no way you get to 5. But that's because my spells kept being generated, or sorry, my spheres kept getting consumed during the bust. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm at 3 right now. Get a crit there. JK, can't crit. Totems. Purge my pyro! You bitch. Oh, this is very committing action that we've taken. It's okay, I got a good counter spell. We're gonna meld the coil after blinking the Inferno and then TV the Chaos Bolt after we juke the shoot. I mean, that guy just got played. Hell yeah. And then we have an altar and a shimmer available here to avoid whatever. We can just use this pillar, use 1 shimmer there to avoid Shadow Fury, line this one on the cog. Taking 2. Okay, there's a pet here. Got 1 shear. Got a fake there. Gotta get a poly. Got it. Get key. Blink. We'll alter this one. Nice. Get 1 more. Alter back. And then honestly, I'm just gonna ice wall this guy. Never mind. I was able to get out of line of the coils with the shimmer. Had to do it real quick though. Okay, I was gonna save your trinket there with ice wall, but that's okay. It can combust back pretty soon. Targeting pet here is never too bad of an idea either. Kick it. And go off of it maybe. Grounding? Nice. Space out of line. I got Cog here. We're gonna rip combustion because he's off his port. Kick it to be this. Nice kick. I have blink through next. Now that we have some pressure, spell your havoc. Single coil, but I think I was able to get out of line. Oh. This is going very nicely. Maybe get a sheep off guard here. Yep, caught him off guard a little. Nice. Ugh. Was able to get 1 Chaos Bolt off. Damn, I'm bad. I tried to like sneaky hit that one. Uh-oh. It's not me though. I have meld. Shaman is playing up right now. And a DB ring. Nice. Got his trinket there. An altar. Putting me on full fear DR. Got the Havoc. Spelled me. Blocking. Coming out. Ice Walling. Cheaping. Okay. Kicking. Busted. Ice Walling. Flicking through. Knocking. Lining. PBing. Sheeping. Blinking Shadow Fury. Passing Re, getting kicks. Ada Shear, there's a grounds. Incinerates. This guy's getting smacked up, dude. Was able to get the Havoc. Trinket, blink through. Displace through. Sure, whatever. Okay, ring, pet. Gonna get this. Wall. Grounding. Big shear. Sheep. Oh, I missed the stun. It's okay though. Kinda sucks though. Fix, yes. Nice. So. Urge my hyper? Shit, this is not good. I have meld back. Got your Havoc. That Havoc get was huge though. I got procs. Can't do much. We just ran out of mana. Yeah, that game we have to play. Unfortunately, they're trapping us in that game into a 20-minute dampener. So the pacing at which I'm playing at, which is the trying to win pacing, it's a lot harder into that team. It's not the best way to play. Best way to play is the prolonged game. Play very safe into that specific comp. Yeah, but in twos, so like in twos, dampening ramps up higher. So when I'm playing Evoker Mage, the damage from both of us on a non-bust go with that level of dampening should be decent enough, right? So getting CC outside of bust is good in twos. Getting CC in bust in threes is good because you can play off of your team's momentum, not just your own. So you know, during bust being down is the better time to even get the CC to enable every other source of momentum in the game. Yeah, we need to sheep this rings. And then we're just gonna rip it, that stun. Get the spell there. I was really hoping for one. Okay. I believe that was lay on hands, which is an absolutely really good thing to get. But they do like to use that first. Because, yeah, we need sheep rat here. And mass shield you. Sheep rat again. Cheers me. What are these archoms, bro? Barrier here. don't really need an extra shimmer charge. I guess I can use it for the altar here. Getting Reese. Could let you, but obviously we've never played together, so I don't know how trustworthy. Now we just need to play this Hodge. I'll play this Hodge here in a sec. Just gonna separate him because I don't want to sheep him. Rounds. Kill this thing. Kill this. Nice busting here. Keep him. This will be bubble. It's probably better to just dump damage rather than wait for bubble. Yeah, we get a sack and we get this guy to 40%. Maybe force out his wall. Now we can turn around and hit the ret because he's taking damage from the sack that we built up now. And we have a DR, or we have a DB sheep in a sec with trinket coming back in 1 second. But we can start it with a kick and probably win through the trinket. Maybe. Because he knows he has a link here in a sec, I think. DB. I'll let the stun exist first. And your sleep. Then the sheep. Okay, we got trinket there, that's fine, whatever. Trinket this, knock. DR ring because I had no freedom. Yeah, nice. I just need to recover now. We'll be okay. Okay, wall is over. We just rip and bust. Nice, he got the sleep at the same time. Probably just dead. Nice Reese. What's the damage number add-ons? It's classic numbers EX. How would you feel if Meld got nerfed? Is it okay for a racial to be so predominant? Probably not. It's probably not okay for a racial to be so predominant. But I don't know. Like, Meld is really good for Mage and really good for Rogue. I feel like other classes have the ability to be a Night Elf, but don't always choose to be a Night Elf. So, oh, it's also good for Druid too. Yeah, like warriors and gnomes, or well, the other one is just Shadow Mode. I mean, what other racial other than Will of the Forsaken? But Will of the Forsaken is, while it's still really good in a meta where fear is good, I don't know. Yeah, racials are weird. Priority is Fire Blast and Phoenix Flames to generate hot streaks. Yeah. Your priority is to get as many Pyroblasts out as possible. You want to maximize the number of Pyroblasts that you can do. Sitting in stealth against certain matchups just to get max spheres. Yes, that is completely fine to do as long as yeah, like in twos, for example, let's say you're playing with a sub rogue or a healer, like an Argyrite or something. I don't know what you play with, but yeah, if you have the option to sit in stealth and that doesn't include you sitting in stealth while your team is getting clobbered, then it's good to do. That's when it gets too greedy. It's when you start losing defensive cooldowns to build spheres. Maybe Ty. Maybe Tyler. No, you're never hard casting them ever. Hey, what's up, Adam? Yeah, I'm about 2200 playing at 2200. Alright. Keep my blast. I'm gonna bust him. That guy's already traded in my eyes, so I'm not really bothered about him. Okay. Wow, that was a very impressive fake cast there. Actually, BB. Need to really CC the ret here because it's Dark Archangel. Not really too interested in taking damage from him. But I also send a wall here and just start hitting the ret now. And I'll send my wall and another knock there. Okay, just lining the rest of the wings. Big smite. I want to sheep the ret with that. Along with the blink on the fear. He has the spell for me. Solid. Set my combustion here. This is an easy knock here. I'm gonna do a sheep on ret. I can go ret off of it. It just makes more sense to sheep him now while he actually has wings up. Magic pop. Now that he has magic pop up, I can't CC him, so I want to bring the ret out of his line as a form of CC. No wings here. I do need to stop the fear, so I'll double DB, ring, and expect an aggressive trinket here. Yep, there it is. Very obvious. This guy has wings up. Knock blink with a shift, hopefully. Take them. Alter him. Can almost get to the ret. DR. I think right now I need to line. Displace. Okay, I have an easy double DB now. He fake casted me. Double DB. Knocking, because the ret tried to preemptively trinket kick whatever it is that I wanted to do. This might be my ice block, we'll see. Busting that. Not really interested in this guy anymore. Keeping him. Very interested in this priest. Gives me cauterize. And an altar here. Line on his kick. I think we ice wall. These guys had really crazy, insane pressure on us. Yeah, I didn't have counterspell back yet. Kicking Mind Blast just seems so good, but it's like, dude, they just eat the kick and then they heal and then they come back and then there's Mind Blast again. It's like, what do you do about it this time?
No, I'm not competing. If only people in public knew they were hanging around a multi-rank 1 girl. Okay, dude. Rets, Arsham. Yeah, this is a really tough one. It's just like attacking both of these targets is hard. It's also avoiding damage is hard. Winning on CC is hard. Everything is hard here. I'm playing on hard mode. Sub? Okay. You can PayPal me a sub? Well, I don't like those odds. Have some confidence. Oh, I'm confident that I will play this game decent. And I'm confident it won't matter. Sheep wings. This wall's almost over. Pretty tied. There's no wall though. Oh wait. Nice. Okay, mass barrier here on the wings. Trying to purge now, or shield and stuff. More wings. I barrier up for mine. Sheep red. Ground. Actually, it's probably better to sheep healer here. But I wasn't able to get it. Okay, got it there. Altar with it. Wall, no kick, magic ball. Sheep the end of wings, sacks it. Another wings proc, nice. Slept on it. Sheep again. Ground. Lasso, just trinket it. Have a bust here in a sec. Bust him here. He's dead. Nice. Shaman opted to walk around the big tomb, which was a mistake, I think. DB? Sheep. He has no defensives. Oh, what? My sheep went with the ret rather than the shaman. That was kind of annoying. I'm gonna half sheep that. One more. Oh, we can get to sleep DR here, I think, too. Okay, he got a big heal. Wings. Yeah, we're gonna sheep red off that after kicking. But sheep the dispel. His wall's about to be over. It'd be really bad if I have the wall here. Not even the wings proc anything. He has a shear. And a grounds. Kinda waste the grounds. Busting. It's dead. I'm not block out. Hmm. Will be fun to see all the tryhard sweaty players dependent on add-ons get clapped by randoms. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like you have the players who use add-ons. Yo, thank you, dude. 1 second. I think he said this was his LG, yeah. So I mean, you have the players that use add-ons and stuff. And then you have the players who have a bunch of add-ons, but they're not really sure how to use them. Those guys, nothing changes for them really, other than like their opponents are less good now, or less perfect, which is, I think, the idea. is that your opponent is always doing things that are less perfect. But the players who are really good and know how to take advantage of their add-ons and stuff, those are the ones who are hurt for sure. But then to go a step further, like, it's hard to talk about for one because we don't know what the UI that Blizzard is giving us is and how much information it's going to have. But I think most like rank 1 players will, you know, still definitely just be able to use their foundation that they've built throughout the years of playing the game and do really well still. There will be a couple like people who supersede that, and those people will be the tournament players and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's an overall power nerf to everybody by a drastic amount. Would be easier in threes because you can communicate the CCs. Solo shuffle is hard to track the DRs. Yes, but you're still going to be able to see the DRs, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that Blizzard will let you see DRs. Maybe not, though. Maybe they hate us. It's possible. A dual queue? Yeah, a dual queue would be awesome. Well, we're playing sub rogue fire mage if we do get accepted. That's gonna be tough. He actually declined. I'm stuck doing the night shift at work. I hate doing night streams, but I at least ain't too bored. Are you streaming? I am streaming, yeah. I'm not sure for how much longer, if that's what you're asking, though. We'll see. Trained by 2 melees and 3s or solo shuffle. My most recent YouTube video is a solo shuffle where I was trained the entire time by Rhett, Hunter, and DK. You might want to check that out. But you missed it? No, it's okay. Just something, you know, you could watch. Just that's not really a... Yeah, I can't like force that to happen. It's asking if you're streaming much longer. Yeah. I'm not sure. What are we at? 4 hours and 12 minutes? I mean, I don't mind playing WoW for the next hour or two. But to be honest, I'm kind of hungry. But then I think about further, okay, if I want to go get some food real quick, I want to have a class or two in solo shuffle queue. And if I want to put a class or two in solo shuffle queue, what do I want to play? Probably. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I have been very unmotivated to queue fire shuffles because my last 2 or 3 lobbies have both been double hunter with Arsham and Rhett. So it's hard for me to press Q right now and not feel like that's all I'm gonna fight. And I just don't want to sign up for that right now. I don't know. I could roll the dice. Do we roll the dice one time today and see what happens? And it just sucks. I'm literally in prison if I low roll and I get double hunter lobbies. It's like fight for your life for 3-3 because you got unlucky, then continue queuing and roll the dice again. It's like fight for your life for another 3-3 and then another one. Have you given up on Frost? Yes. Frost right now is it needs help. It needs help. I'm very excited for the new stuff though. For how long will Rep be over tunes? I don't know. AWC has started, so it's unlikely they're going to do tuning. They're removing Veins, Greater Invis, DR, and Mass Barrier. Yeah, I mean, you've seen the headline, you know. It sounds like to me, at least, you've just seen the headlines, right? And stuff like that. It's not like we're entering the same game with just less abilities than everyone else now. It's like there is a class wide, a spec wide pruning of complication. So things are being built into the spec. Not everything is being built back in, but I've really agreed with their approach whenever they wrote the developer's notes under the Mage specs and just like the general thing. I enjoy Frost. I feel it's viable. I mean, I'm only 2k. I guess it's really not good at your rating. No, it's not possible to get above... I think it would be very, very, very hard to get above 2700 as Frost. I wonder if anyone has. I'm not even confident I could get above like 2.6 or 2.5 as it. Yeah, I mean, that's about, yeah. But I mean, look at their win rates too. You know, their win rates are just so bad. It's like it's you just need you need good lobbies, and in this meta you're not going to fight the lobbies that you need. So most of your lobbies will be going 3-3 because that's all that's like really possible. I mean, it's so consistent, the win rates on this spec too. It's all so low. Whereas you look at them in here and it's like, wow, yeah, you can really just be good at Mage and just dominate even though the meta is the way it is. Same with Arcane. Still possible. Not easy, but still possible. Most people are averaging 50s, 60s. I've even been having a rough time on the most meta spec, to be honest. My first Gladiator was in Shadowlands Season 1, which was also the first season I got rank 1. So it's kind of weird. It's like never got Glad and then did it all in one season. That was a great season. It just kind of fell into my lap though because there was 500 spots. And Gladiator was like the new Gladiator thing, like where you just hit 2-4. It was on Fire Mage. That's when I met Explicit and Whaler. And we played RMP, and we had good synergy. Yeah. And then from there, honestly, I don't remember what seasons I kept trying, or I kept getting all those or whatever. What are they called? No, not accident. I am on here. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so Sinful. There was time. I think I have this stuff on here hidden. It might be on my alts and stuff though. Let me see. No. No. Polyjuice. Oh yeah, here we go. So like throughout WoD, this was my first season ever of WoW PvP. It was in Warlords of Draenor Season 1, and I got Challenger. Then I got Duelist, or sorry, Rival. Then I got Duelist. This was probably 2,500 or something. Gladiator was probably like 2,600 or something. And then basically just college and other stuff throughout this time. So I just played casually, got some Duelists, didn't play these seasons, maybe logged in, tried them. Then BFA Season 4, I came back to the game at the very, very end. And I got 2,400 in 2v2. And then Shadowlands started. And then from there, some great things occurred somehow. If there was a new player to WoW, but was like a decent gamer and he no-lifed it, how long do you think it would take them to get to the Glad level? Probably a season or two. Depends on what you mean if the, like decent gamer, you know? Like you might get it on your first season, probably not though, because you're still building up muscle memory. And then once your muscle memory was good, you could probably get it on your second season. I got pretty close to getting it on my third season. I was 100 points off, but I didn't try for it. Not like no-lifed it, like you're explaining it. I was just, 15 and whatever. Came home, got off school early, went and played World of Warcraft from 2 p.m. until 8 to like eat dinner, and then back to playing WoW until like 1 a.m. Just because I was addicted to it, and so were my IRL friends, and we just enjoyed the game. It was great. But if you really like focused on improving and you were a decent gamer, you could probably do it in 2, I think. I think 2. Sure, the prevalence of Hunter does not help Mage either. Yeah, Hunter can be, you can manage a Hunter sometimes if it's like a Hunter by themselves. And they're not playing with like a class that creates like a comp that's like super challenging. I don't know of any specifics for that because I think most Hunter teams are going to be hard, but there are some that's harder, you know, like Ret Hunter or Feral Hunter. Like these traditional 3s comps that you are going to fight so much in Shuffle right now because Ret Hunter is good. So it is tough having to fight Ret Hunter every game. And I would argue that Ret Hunter's best healer is Resto Shaman. So it's like Resto Shaman's also just a really popular healer. You just kind of have to fight one of the hardest comps recently. No, I've never played RBGs. Not like seriously. I mean, obviously I've played them before, but joining a roster or like a guild or like having a consistent team to do them with and pushing like #1 and stuff, nah. I never got into like competitive battlegrounds. It just didn't do the same thing for me that Arena did. Which, looking at it, doesn't really make sense because I think I would like a, you know, a competitive environment where it's World of Warcraft, PvP, and there's like a big team and an objective. Like, I feel like I could get really good at that. But there's something about it that's just like, I'm not sure. I don't know. I just have this weird feeling towards them. That's unexplainable. Just don't like them. The people? Mm. I'm not sure. You never went to a battleground and felt 10 people, and if they didn't have you, they would have lost? I have felt that before, yes. Is that the dopamine that everyone's chasing? Would you focus, who would you focus versus Boomy / Melee as Mage Demo? Mage Demo. What healer are you playing with? I think that does change some stuff. Arsham? Well, you guys can't really CC the Boomy like the way you want. You pretty much just have stun and fear and ring, which is weird, but I'm having troubles picturing how that would go. We gotta use the rest of the quick and think about it. This is an interesting lobby because there's not meta classes in here. Fuck, that's not good. Yeah, I can do an ice wall here. Cover us a little. We did not get adequate enough momentum there. This is good though. Dude. These priest casts are so fast, I just can't kick them. I can't tell if the game feels good or bad. Nice. Okay. Basically, I'm saying, like, I don't know if we need to change what we're doing here. We need one more sphere, dude. Nice. Pick, bust. Resets it. I'm ready, dude, for your grounding. Where is it? Okay, we got wall. And I was able to knock a sentence. Now they're going my teammates. Pick Mind Blast into Sheep finally. Oh. Okay. Barrier. Displace. DB off. Right. Nice. Maybe we can get a little ice wall action, a little cheeky action. There's a lot of purges, so that altar is going back on that greater purge global, which is really good. This might kick again on the Mind Blast. Gonna kill this fiend. Cheat this torrent. They double deathed. There's only a shear present, which means I can DB sheep right after this. But I have no cauterize, and I could be in trouble here. And he has a trinket anyways. Damn, I just missed it. My team is just back here playing very defensive, which is unfortunate. It's hard for me to generate any momentum. Guess I have to block. The Shaman aggro tricketed, but he has Ascendance back, so I think we're about to get fucked here. I think we're about to just literally die. Unless I can kick this guy in shadow and win. Ethan? Bust? No, dude. I guess that guy had no wall, but he had swap. Yeah, that was a rough one. Felt like we weren't on the same targets ever. Anyone else feel like that? Just felt like, I don't know. Felt like I didn't see my teammate at all. Or like, I don't know how to explain it. Okay. Sheep, bust. Oh, this is just insane. There we go. That was huge. Okay. I have PS, I should be okay. Okay, barrier here. Wanting. Go for shifting. So many DRs used on that guy. Okay. Sheep priest here just to peel some damage. Go sheep here. Go for one more. Okay. Gotta get ready for the new expansion. Not gonna have one more. It's about a fear. Honestly, I thought I could just get him like before. I don't know if that makes sense. Big death. Got a sheep there. Sell him. Ring. I don't. Okay, I got cog here. I'm gonna sheep before tremor. We got bubble regardless. This is pretty nice. There's a rep, but I have a wall. He should just trinket that too, in my opinion. But it's okay. This is kind of a shitty wall, but he did run around a magic bop, and I still have my bus, guys. So it's quite nice, actually. But my guy's just gonna be dead, I think, maybe. I don't know, living out these paladin cooldowns is proving to be pretty difficult. DB, ring, busting, trinkets. I'm sure I have to do anything amazing here. I'm pretty sure it's just damage. There's a sack present right now. I'm gonna knock these guys so I have something to line on. Melding. 15. Nice, yeah. Played it very safe there. As you should. No hunters. Yeah, that is true. No hunters. Very nice. Very nice. I feel like Ice Nova is better randomly. There's just too many opportunities for people to DR themselves or death the ring, maybe. Like death an old one, I meant. I think we're trying to get on this Shadow Priest here. This is an easy... my Pally Trinket sack, which I think is a really big mistake, but... we don't have a Tremor, or... Okay. I don't know how we've been Team CC this entire time. Got a Hyper hit. Big Smite. I'll bust on that. Maybe. Shaping. First magic. Didn't stop my re though. I guess that guy does have no blur. Use Alter Reset a Shimmer here. Quick mind play there. Shoot this Demon Hunter here for a second. Wall with a Displace. Okay, reshaping the DH here. Try to fake a death here. There's one. Space the fear as well for cheap. And it's Paladin, dude. It's blind though. Take them weight there. Get that guy off of my route. Kill the Sight Fiends. A little shifting here. Rebuffing. Big Void Blast? Nope. Okay, just try to kill. Yeah, there's some games in Shuffle that feel very savable. That being one of them. Yeah, I have PI, so I'm incentivized to just want to go crazy. Fortunately, he wasn't able to land the Dispel on me on that. So this is quite insane pressure. I'm trying to get a sack here. Okay. Gonna bust here. And try to make sure people can stay in our line here. My bus is doing pretty much nothing because I can't stay offensive during it, which is a problem, but that's kind of on me additionally. Oh right, playing Void Weaver. Just hit closest target. Sure. Okay, it's easy enough. Kind of forgot how it feels to not have to play insane for one game and just run away and do damage. Probably my weakness as a player, now that I think about it. Finding that too late in a game sometimes. I don't think it is too late in this exact case, though. I think we'll be okay. That looked weird. Save my tears. I couldn't blink and kick tears. See, the second I blink in, it's just weird. Now I have ice wall. Knock this guy over here and bust him. What you gonna do, Buster? I might hit priest again here though, since he kind of outplayed my go, but I do have some insane dam, so it's fine. Biggest damage here. Don't know why I'm hard casting one of those. Yeah, should be game. Guess he had bop, but how much does magic bop? I guess magic bop does save him quite a bit there. Not sure. I don't know. Okay, double stun. Stun. So I'll just respond with a double DB. Ah, shit, I guess. Busting that. Shoot that as well. Wasn't able to get it, dude. It's so annoying. Another ground. Okay. We got Hodge? I'm right around me. Or what? Nice. Nice. That was something else. That guy just died in a go. Go. Love that. We got a win with the Paladin, which is also huge. That was the Priest's first loss. So... this could be a 4. We'll see. Just have to play well fundamentally here. I think ring. Now that I have both priests, but fuck, I didn't get it off. Meld this. It's on me. Aggressive sack. It's been pretty difficult for him to attack me thus far. Okay, we need to get a reverse here. Actually not going for the reverse. Browning. Okay, I'm gonna rip combust now. It's a nice wall, I think. Nice. Probably get one here soon. This is really insane pressure though. Nice. Shaping. Got one. Nice, we fake this guy. Try to get Reese. One more here. Okay. Bubble. I need to wall. Nice. Baked him. Shoot him. Oh, shit. Okay, he's just going everybody, it seems. Bot. Guess I'll press. That was a weird swap, dude. I wish we would just stay Shaman. We were doing so good on Shaman. Maybe we could have killed the Pally there, but... There's no need for it. Combusting, just try to kill, dude. Yeah, we're getting hella cooldowns. Just kill something, dude. Meld? Yes, we're good. Take those. Good. 4. Yo, thank you, Cloth Air. I appreciate that. I'm seeing some opinions on all this news and stuff. Oh, wait, here. First, let's look at this. Season 1 Midnight Gladiator mount. Galactic Gladiator's Gordrake. What does everyone think of that? Galactic Gladiator. Kind of like the word. I like the word galactic. The mount is not bad. I don't mind it. Doesn't blow my mind or anything, but I think it's a solid mount. Hey, big mounts. Buzz Lightyear Gladiator. Alright. I think that was a good stream for today, guys. Thank you all for watching. In conclusion, I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited for Midnight, and I'm glad that we could go over it a bunch. Probably gonna, if you guys are just here now and you didn't watch earlier when we went over all the Midnight changes, what I'll do, because it's so much information, I don't know. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll probably do one video, maybe even tonight or tomorrow, which is just the highlight from today's VOD uploaded to YouTube with no editing. We'll just call it a deep dive. Deep dive. Because the video will be me today going over on stream and deep diving into every single spec. And I went very deep today when I was reviewing the specs, because there was a genuine curiosity from my own, you know, these are huge changes, like completely revamping World of Warcraft and the pacing of it. So to me, I'm just like, well, okay, I really want to learn this because this looks exciting and I would like to adapt well. So I would like to kind of get a feel for my spec as early as I can. So you can kind of watch that process. And then Additionally, tomorrow I'll probably also create a. I would like to do a structured video as well for the people who want all the information in a couple minutes and just want to leave or whatever. But there's a couple of people out there who like the deep dive stuff, so we're gonna do both, I think. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you tomorrow. So yeah, peace.